Hey y'all, and welcome in. A fantastic stream prep for y'all today. Already got a second coffee, getting a slightly later start here by about 5 minutes because I got all kinds of cool stuff queued up and I had to grab a bunch of references and big boy references. We're going to be looking at this a lot today as I try to sculpt all of this from scratch. We'll get to that in just a moment. In the meantime, welcome in, peasants. And make sure, if you don't already, get yourselves a warm drink of some sort. I know it's spring and summer-ish, so it's getting warm out there. But, I don't know. I'm a coffee all year round kind of gal. Yeah, I'm super excited for this stream. So let's talk about it. All right, first things first, we've got a new question of the day. It's at the top of the chat. Serious question. What sculpting approach do y'all want to see today? I am cool with either. All from scratch, baby, starting with a sphere, or kit bashing goodness, which will have more focus on like the detail work and world building. Alo says I'm suit and tie for this one. I love it. We've got 13 votes in already. While y'all are in, walk in, like the stream, and vote, and then we'll get rolling. Amen, always the coffee. I agree, Toad, and welcome back. Also want to give a little shout out to Shocktop. I haven't seen you in the chat before, so hello and welcome in. And of course, all my lovely peasant regulars. There's almost too many of y'all to read off at this point. That's a-okay. Sphere it is. No cold drink discrimination. Just not a cold drink kind of gal. Kind of like part lizard. I do well in the heat. RV says, Mia, I'm taking a break from my model and I'll sculpt along the same thing as what you're doing today, just to see if I can keep up. Honey, you couldn't have picked a worse day to do that with. I love the enthusiasm though. You might want to do that tomorrow. But you know what? Do it today. Do it today. I believe in you. All right, let's keep moving on here. So, a couple things. Our intro screen, I had it up for almost 10 minutes today to make sure you guys can kind of soak it in. We've added Wandering Toad to one of our bricks, and then Yoni and RB Gaming now have a gold brick on our loading screens. Loading screens. I guess it's stream starting. I don't know, it's just the gamer in me. I'm like, it's a loading screen. Our heists today are still space themed because I want to have some more time to enjoy that. There's a 45% win chance, so y'all, the odds are not in your favor, but I've made the payout 120%. So, enjoy. Another thing is, oh, how can you not like lemonade? That's a super good point. That is the only cold drink that I do really like, and I'm not kidding. I go through like a gallon every 3 days. I'm a sugar fiend. Rip to my teeth, y'all. All right. So I have a free model for you guys today, and it's a good one. Someone tagged the freebie in the chat, probably Mini Blaze. So this is my Patreon page. Obviously, this is where people give me money so I can do this full time. But you totally can join for free. Big button at the top here. I got 3,700 people on here. They're awesome. Come join us. But if you scroll down just a touch past my releases, right here, daily free STL. This is the daily freebie for the day. This model rocks. I am so proud of the textures on this. It 3D prints beautifully. And even if you're not very good at painting, this is a very forgiving model to paint. Yeah, it's a lizard. Who doesn't love a giant lizard? Right down here, I have all the different pre-supported and no base version. Whatever you want to 3D print the option of, I got a file for each one of those right here. So make sure you go snag this. This will be gone within 24 hours. Paint has redeemed our Tavern pet. Let me go ahead and get Moo up on this scene. Boop, Moo is here. But yeah, that's the freebie for the day. We got some more votes coming in. I like it. 15 people voted already. There's only 16 watching, so good job. Look at that interaction. RB says, whoa, this model is free? Yes, absolutely. I have sculpted 967 models. We've been creeping up on 1,000 for a while now. And at some point, I don't know, I can't be stingy. I got almost 999 other ones. So I'm very happy to give it away. I really am. So more than ever, as my streams are growing here, please put my name M3DM in the chat so I don't miss you. And repeat yourself. Repeat yourself a ton if you're like, Mia is ignoring me. Mia's just trying to work. But I want to pay attention to my peasants still. Paint says, my taxes are finally done. We'll be starting your course soon. I'm so excited. Awesome. I would love to teach you. Also, Shock Top says, nice, thanks for the STL. You're very welcome. So the stream is getting bigger. Nothing official yet, but I'm just going to kind of float it out there that I am looking for a mod in the chat, just to make sure I don't miss anything or if anyone is being non-peasant-like. We're peasant-friendly here only. No snobs, no jerks, you know what I mean? So I don't need it now. We haven't had anyone that's rude at all, but it's getting to the point where I'm actually missing some of the chat, which is crazy because your girl reads fast, but you guys are ahead of me. So I've accepted that it's time to start looking for a mod. You will have some sort of compensation. I just don't believe in mods not getting anything. It'd probably either be, it wouldn't be free mentorship, but I'd probably give you free access to my entire STL library, which is, again, is about 1,000 models. So if that interests y'all, just think about it, let it float in your head. I'll probably make a little application for that next week. Is our Discord? You betcha. Sater says, that is my application. Toad said, I also will be starting soon, but I have to get more comfortable with the iPad interface first to make sure I can understand your instruction. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, get a little more familiar first. I will start you from the very beginning, even though you have a fair amount of technical skill already. I like to start my students from the brand new beginning, like as if they don't know how to navigate or the UI, but the iPad is different and it didn't exist when I made my initial lesson, so that's very smart. But I definitely teach much, much slower in my courses than I do during my stream, rest assured. Levi says, I have had meanness from Mia. Just kidding. I mean, it's also true, just haven't done it today. Yeah, the mod, you can't ban me if you want to be a mod. Yes. Levi says, oh my god, did Reaper create a cartoon Mia? Yes, did they share it? Oh my goodness, I want to see. Yeah, it's me! I love that you guys recognize Guess Who. Beautiful. So check this out. I'm going to go into our DMs really quick because it's like my one selfie and I'm very proud of this. So I sent this to Reaper because they're starting to work on commissions that are kind of like Danny Phantom style, which I love Danny Phantom growing up. Reaper is Taylor Beth in the chat. So I sent them this last night and then here's the line art for that. And then they colored it up. And I think it looks great. And also, I don't know if you remember this from stream, but I do have that little black dot and I love it so much. It's like my favorite tiny feature. And the fact that you incorporated that makes me very happy. I also have a fairly long face and a long nose and you like nailed that. So I love this so much. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Reaper. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I don't know how much you plan to charge these commissions, but whenever you do find a price, please let me know because I am going to pay you for that. I know you're doing it as practice, so I didn't want to tell you ahead of time. But now that you've done the work, I got you. You're going to get paid. Yeah, it immediately reads as Danny Phantom and you nailed it. Cartoon Mia is just as bright-eyed. Yeah, it looks great. Oh my god, I love it so much. Oh my goodness, this is like, the little kid in me is just vibing from this. Also, yeah, my hair and my eyes are like the exact same color. You nailed this. I freaking love it. I love it so much. Taylor says, I'm glad you like the dot. I can't tell how many times I keep forgetting it. Yeah, it's because it's tiny. Can I even see it on camera? Yes, right here. I swear to God, it's more visible in person, y'all. Or makeup on it. Concealer, maybe. It's more visible in person, I promise. But it is very subtle, so. Paint says, Mia, wait, artists are paid with money? I thought they could live off exposure. Yeah, around here, we do both. But I love the joke. But no, seriously, around here, we do both. No pressure. I know Reaper was like, oh no, Mia's going to pay it. I don't want to set the price too high. No, definitely. If you charge less than $25 for this, I think that'd be a crime. Just putting that out there. Yes. Oh, and the mugs are all updated. How did I forget? All of the mugs have been made a little smaller to make room for everyone. And then Yoni is up there. Yoni, we made your mug like all ember and charred on the bottom. We're still looking for effects of like ember effects that aren't too high res. We found that like the effects are a little harder to bake in there. And then Toad, we had a nice Toad inscription, but once it's small, you can't even tell what it is. So we're gonna update your mug probably tomorrow, Toad. I am still so vibed over this. And a reminder to y'all, maybe not yet, but Reaper is going to be accepting commissions. So if you too would like to join the Danny Phantom universe, which you should, send them a selfie and there you go. Witcha. God, that's such clean work. I am still just so impressed by that. You nailed it. You nailed it. I knew it was going to be a good stream, but man, we're starting off strong. Already second coffee? Yes. Reaper says, I do have a Ko-Fi you can donate. Put that in the self promo and tag me so I don't miss it. I'm going to pay you after the stream. I plan on donating regardless after you finished it. Well, if you had time to get... Ooh, I spilled my coffee. If you had time to get to me. But I expect you to nail it that well. I spilled like a tablespoon of coffee. Just enough to be a pain. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'm back. It was just enough coffee spilled that it makes my whole desk like sticky. It's been fixed. And you guys could enjoy the golden bricks for RB and Yoni. Awesome. Well, sweet. This is a great start here. We're about 30 minutes in. What other updates did I have? I think that was everything. I think so. Very good. Sweet, we all prepared for our main event today. I have the maid up. She's already finished. I just love this model, so I wanted to have this here. There we are. Perfect. Oh, I see Seder is rage quitting early today. Womp womp and the heist text, bruh. Yeah, you can tell that I write them. I will say, the heist odds are lower, but the payout is higher. It's 120% today. Three out of 4 today. Oof, that is rough. It's 45% odds, so sorry about that. Okay. Boop, boop. Actually, really quick, because I'm obsessed, I do not want to forget, I'm actually going to donate to Reaper now. Alrighty. Ko-Fi is pretty cool because I'm pretty sure you get all of it. I'm tipping you on different screens, so I don't just have like my credit card on the screen. That would seem unwise. Oh, the one time that Google doesn't remember my card info. whatever. It's pulled up in a tab though, so I'll put that in after. All right, we are all ready. Let's now talk about the main event for the day, shall we? Oh, another fun thing. Live streams are officially longer by about 30 minutes. We've made the doors open happy hour a full 30 minutes instead of like 25. And then Tavern Keeper's Craft is 2 hours and 20 minutes now. So let's get started. Oh, and I have a big camera available for Tavern Keeper's Craft finally. So now when I show you guys minis, even if they're not so many, you can actually see them. Thor came out so freaking cool. And I had a hard time with this model, but it ended up being one of my favorites. So yeah, I got some new minis up here to show y'all. Okay. Sater says, Mia, by the way, if you are not done with the curse doll, added a decent new facial reference. I saw it, I loved it. I'm not done with it, so I'm definitely gonna use that reference. Thank you. Okay. Let's talk about the main Tavern Keeper's Craft of the day. This was requested by one of my patrons, Dewey28. They're actually a merchant, which means that they support my Patreon at the merchant level, and they're able to sell 3D prints of all of my models. So they pay me money every month, but they come out significantly on top, and I'm confident of that because I've been doing it for 14 months. So if you want a little side hustle and to benefit a local artist, there you go. Alrighty, they requested Nuckelavee. Nuckelavee is this horrifying creature. It's from Scottish lore. The name means devil of the sea. It didn't have as much of a backstory as I was expecting. It's just like a really scary, horrifying thing that a lot of Scottish people say that they've seen, you know what I mean? It's one of those things kind of like the Loch Ness Monster almost, or like an apparition. So the whole point is that it's like a horse-like body, but there's a human torso that is fused to the back. It is feared by all, and it is a bringer of disease, death, and plague. It's said that just with its breath alone, it will wilt crops and sour milk. Cracks me up. The big thing is that it cannot cross fresh water, which is often how people escape it in stories. So I guess it's one of the most fearsome creatures in Scottish mythology. It's plague and pestilence, y'all. So we're going for something gross and monstrous. And then you guys voted that we're doing this all from scratch, baby. No kit bashing goodness today. We'll see how this goes. I'm excited. So I'm going to start from a sphere, but this is extremely ambitious. 1, because I really don't sculpt from scratch very often. 2, it is a horse and a human. Like, we really went heavy with the anatomy right away. This isn't a hodag, that cryptid that I did, which is kind of like fat lizard suggestion. It's very open-ended. Y'all know what a horse like. Y'all know what a people look like. So this makes it a lot more challenging. But I figured if I try to do this from scratch on stream and it flops and doesn't go well, that's still a fantastic teaching moment. And of all people to do this in front of, I trust doing this in front of my peasants. Y'all were equally excited and put in a ton of fantastic references. I wanted to highlight Ray's for 2 reasons. 1, because this is how you do a reference board. And 2, be careful about AI art sneaking in. This is AI generated. And I'm certain, because I know what horses look like, and there are some muscles here that are no way in heck are real. Also, the words are not real words, they're like fancy script. It's a cool like color image, but the proportions are fine, but the musculature is totally wrong. So just be careful when you're collecting references for your own. I know the difference, but it's very easy to have AI sneak in there. Notice the difference between this image here and like this one here. This one's correct. That is not AI. And this one right here is probably my favorite reference you provided. That is excellent. But be careful out there, for sure. And then we have a lot of Nuckelavee art to enjoy. Some of them have like these monstrous front hooves, some of them don't. This, I think, is just fantastic. They got Monster Manual expanded. I wonder if that's official D&D art or not. Either way, very cool. This is a lovely, lovely reference also from Ray. Not AI, definitely real. This is probably my favorite reference I got yesterday. There's a lot of elements here that I want to incorporate. Sater says, Mia, say the master-student failure quote. Ah, yes. The master has failed more than the student has even tried. And today might be a failure for the master. I'm not a master. But my point being, I figured what better than to do it on stream and see how it goes. And I'm pretty good at articulating, like, when things are going wrong, I'm like, okay, this is what's happening, what's wrong, and here's how we're going to try to fix it. And I just do that over and over again until something happens. Oh, I have that poll here as well where it won in both places, sculpting from scratch. Ray says, Mia, oh, my bad. I like the general shape for the horse, I guess, should have checked. No, it's totally okay. Seriously. This reference board is fantastic. It was just a teachable moment, if that makes sense. I don't mind. It's on me to double check the references y'all provide. It's your job just to have fun and be peasants. Alrighty. I pinned some of those references. Aloha came in, of course, with some fantastic Dark Souls reference art. This is definitely a reference to this lovely Scottish monster from mythology. Different take on it. What a weird rib cage. Like single eyeball head. Very cool. All right. If you guys have more inspiration you want to share, you're more than welcome to. I'll probably be posting my own things in here as I try to figure out how to sculpt a body from scratch. Because your girl doesn't do that. But, I don't know. Seems like a good time to try, doesn't it? Good morning. Ron says, no, excuse me. Ron Swanson's mustache says, very excited, love to learn. Me too, so let's all learn together. RV Gaming says, Mia, I take my words back. I'm not the monster. I'm going to enjoy the stream. I learned my lesson. RV said earlier on, like, oh, I'm going to try to keep up with Mia and sculpt along with her today. And I'm like, maybe not today. Maybe this is a bad day to do that. Aloha says, Mia failing or taking time to restart if things go slightly wrong unironically provides a million times more relatable situations, especially for baby artists. It's true. So here's to hoping that I suck today. Would you say you love to learn? I saw what you tried to do, Sater. Okay. All right, guys. We are officially starting. This is going to be a from scratch model. I'm going to get pumped up here. We're going to celebrate. Okay, we're going to go. You guys are welcome to spam your little whatever emojis you think are excitable. Feel free. We're getting pumped. First thing I'm going to do is comma for lightbox, click on project, and we're clicking on a sphere. There are many spheres I could pick, but we're just going to go with this one because it's the first one. Bam. Whew, that's intimidating. It actually is. I haven't felt like this in a long time. I feel like a baby artist again. Let's go. All right. I can do this. Okay. I want to do that thing from, what was it, High School Musical? Sharpay, that whatever weird sound she makes there. I'm not going to do it because I'm too close to the mic. All right. I can do it. Okay. We're in focus mode. So when we're sculpting a monster like this, one of the biggest important things is going to be proportions. Empress put in this one, and I'm going to use this initially to get stuff structured. The reason is because it's very simple and boxy, and it's a nice side silhouette. Secondarily, there are main key features I enjoy. One being the horse is actually more styled like a draft horse instead of like a thoroughbred or an Arabian. That's just fancy talk for saying it's a stocky horse. I want a stocky horse because I want it to complement and juxtapose how skinny and emaciated the body of the man is going to be. So I'm excited for that. One of the biggest issues with this reference here is the size of the head and the length of the neck for what I am going for. Even though I want a stockier build of the horse, I do want it to still be very elongated to complement. So again, stocky draft horse, skinny sad man, and together, excellent monster. So let's get started. So I want to talk through as much of my process so this is as strong of a learning experience for y'all as possible. There, I'm going to scoot that down right here. Let's get going. So first things first, we have a sphere. It's too high poly. I'm going to smooth a little section and then lower my Dynamis resolution. Bam. Nice and low poly. We're going to sculpt with X symmetry turned on, which means this is going to be where the monster is facing front on. We're going to work on the horse first, because technically this is a horse model that is complemented by the man on top of it. It's important to know like what shape or hierarchy to focus on. So this is going to be the head of the horse. So let's go ahead and stretch it. As I pull these shapes out and around, I'll be using Dynamesh very, very frequently. I'm going to be using my move brush and trim dynamic for pretty much the entire time. For this first shape here, it's kind of like a flattened triangle. There we go. Ultimately though, it's going to be a skull. So there's going to be a big hole punched in. I'm going to use my move brush and holding down Alt to achieve that. And a lot of Dynamesh. All right, we got a little head. I'm going to change my material to skin shade just so it's a little easier to see. And we're going to enable ambient occlusion. I'm going to increase my shadows just a touch to 0.4 and create my lighting scene. It's important to have a strong lighting scene right from the get-go so I can have that contrast. There we go. All right, and we can adjust that as we go. I got a head blob, good enough, moving on. Next, another sphere. I could do another sphere, or I'm just gonna keep holding Command-Shift-D, and now we just have another head. I just do that because it's a hotkey and it makes my life easy. Aloha says, Mia, having a Spartan as a reference would be awesome. Spartan is my lovely horse, but he is a thoroughbred. He is actually a retired racehorse, and unfortunately, he doesn't have the body to be a reference here. Sorry, Spartan. The next step, I'm gonna start making this neck. I'm gonna introduce my mask lasso brush so I can start creating the neck shape. It's just a faster way of doing it. There's not really a wrong or a right reason here. But it's a lot of move brush and changing my angles. So now we're coming from the side here. Because it sounds funny, but you can't forget that at the end of the day, you're working on a 3D model. I'm going to angle the head down a little bit just to start creating this pose and this really strong, dramatic arched neck. I'm also going to pull out the chin here and start creating more of a wedge shape. Okay, finding some secondary forms. Another thing that will benefit the silhouette, so I'm gonna add it sooner than later, is some ears. I'm gonna use my clay toothbrush, click and drag, and then split that into its own subtool. So we currently have 3 subtools here, the ears, the head, and the neck. And the reason why I have those all separate is because it's easier for me to control them all as I kind of find my shapes here. I'm deciding if I want the ears to be pointing forward or back. I think backwards will actually complement the model a touch better. So instead, we're gonna have the ears pinned backwards. There we go. And depending how I end up developing these shapes later on, I'll probably make them look like horns. I want this to be recognizable as Nuckelavee from Scottish mythology. However, first and foremost, it's gonna be an M3DM original. There we go. Getting a little bit of shape put in here. Mini Blaze, do you append or with the tools or insert? It's not a tool, these are subtools. I know it's complicated, but there's a ZBrush project file, which is made of tools, and tools are made of subtools. I know, it's a mess. These are your tools up here, so different shapes. And then each one of these has their own subtools underneath. I'm not appending or inserting. I'm actually just hovering over a subtool and duplicating it to create more shapes. You can do either. It doesn't matter. Append and insert do the exact same thing. It just changes what order they're listed in your subtool menu, but you can move them around afterwards. All right, we have a neck shape here. Let's go on to the next one. So I could hit append and grab a sphere, or I can just take my Dynamesh shape, Command-Shift-D, and duplicate. And I don't mind doing that because I'm moving these shapes around so much, it ends up being about the same work. So now I'm going to create the chest. Notice I'm not spending much time in any one place. I'm just kind of moving right along. But I have an idea of what I want these shapes to look like in my head. Yes, this is definitely going to be a pretty Pegasus. Yes, 100%. But what would you rather fight? Definitely a Pegasus. I don't want to get impaled. Thank you. All right, I'm going to go with Trim Dynamic to kind of clean up these shapes a touch. I want them to be pretty angular and kind of boring in a way. As few plane shifts as possible so I can really keep focus on all of my base shapes. I'm tapering the neck a bit more to make sure we're keeping a nice, strong shape. All right, that's a good start. I'm okay with that. Now let's move on to the belly section. Inflating this a bunch, Dynamesh, and then my move brush. So again, it's just a lot of duplicate a subtool, get it mostly in place, don't worry about it too much. A lot of Dynamesh, keep it low, low, low poly. And then the move brush. I'm not really focused on smooth, I'm not worried about secondary shapes. We're just looking at blobs here. So it's actually kind of a misnomer. Horses don't have this taper in their belly the same way like dogs do, where it's really sharp. It's actually more just flat, but that doesn't look as artistic or appealing. And this is going to be a monster with a rib cage. So I'm going to really snatch this up here. Just know that that's not real. And if your horse looks like that, it's underfed, it's emaciated. All right, we got some shapes here. I think it's looking like a thing. And next we're gonna start shaping the legs. Now it might be tempting just to grab some curved tubes and just draw a straight line and be like, yay, legs. Don't do this. You're gonna make your life harder than it needs to be. What you should do instead is break them up into different segments, just the way that your arm is. So I like having it from my shoulder to my elbow, and then whenever I hit a joint, new subtool time. Elbow to wrist, oh, a joint, new subtool time. Does that make sense? And you can kind of see that I use that same logic with the body here. So the head gets up to the ears move around, it's not a joint, but new subtool. Oh, jaw gets to my neck, new subtool. Gets to my shoulders, new subtool. It's kind of an easy way to think of it. I don't think I've ever explained it that way. I like that. I'm gonna make sure I keep saying that in the future too. All right, so here are the forearms of the horse, I guess. You'll notice that I try to get like a tapered triangle with pretty much everything that I'm doing. I just find that they're a more interesting shape and they lead to more success for me. Sater said, Mia, good point. Normally you go for the draw what you see, not what you think you see. But this falls under don't break the rules until you know the rules category. Yes, and that's in reference to this little snatched waist for the horse. Absolutely. I really appreciate you guys not pinging me or saying my name unless you need something or have a really cool comment like Sater had. I see for the most part, the chat is just lots of black. I like it. Ooh, a question. You guys are using the ping function perfectly. Good peasant. Ember says, Mia, how are you guesstimating the thickness of the body so you're not sculpting this flat or too wide? I have some different references and I'm mostly thinking of terms of the head. So similar to how like a human head. So I have pretty broad shoulders, not thick, but like pretty broad shoulders and broad rib cage, but it still falls within correct proportion. So my head, if I were to take it off and put it next to me, it would fit between my jaw and the outside of my shoulder. So I'm 3 heads wide. That's actually true in a lot of the animal kingdom, including horses, more or less. So if I take his head right here, turn off perspective, I can more or less duplicate it and put one here and put one here. Oh, wow, look at me go. That's more accurate than I expected. But anyway, roughly that's kind of the rule that I'm following. And then also, I have a horse. I've stared at horses a lot. And I have references in front of me. Always lots of references in front of me. So I definitely, the neck right here is too thin, speaking of. But it is not guesstimating. It is not. It is just making a movement, getting the general right shape, moving right along. So I know for this shape, I want to be kind of this rounded triangle. So that's what I got. And now I'm going to create the rest of the leg. So I'm going to just duplicate this and flip it around. So the reason that I didn't just take this shape, duplicate it and move it straight down is because that's just not what a horse leg looks like, right? Horse legs look like flared pants is like the silhouette. I feel like I'm not doing a great job sketching on this because you guys are like, wait, what the heck are you doing? How is this happening? So let me do a little sketch over for y'all so you can see what I'm seeing. Like, well, why do you know how to do these shapes? This is why. So I just look at this, and what you guys might see when you look at this is this curve, and it's interesting. Oh, look, this is way too detailed. Don't look at that. What I saw when I looked at this was that shape. That's it. And that's what I made pretty much. And I was like, oh, I'll refine it a little bit. We'll do a scoop, straight. And that's pretty much what I made. And then I looked at the neck, and I told you guys I thought it was too short and not rounded enough. So even though this is the current shape for the head, I went ahead and made it really curvy. And that's kind of what I made. And then next for the legs, this isn't a great example because I'm doing a different kind of leg, but I saw this is kind of a rounded triangle. Neat. And then it kind of flares to the opposite way. Neat. So that's what I did here. Does that help to see how I'm flipping that around? Ray says, she's a doulahan. What's a doulahan? Aloha says, Mia, is there a reason for using trim dynamic compared to flat or H polish? Great question. No, it's just the one that I pinned. I think it feels good to use. That's what I'm using. Generally speaking, if I'm using H polish, it's for more of hard surface, but you absolutely could use that here instead. Good questions. Yeah, simple shapes. That's where the beauty is. Details get all the credit. When someone looks at this, they're like, wow, this looks so cool. Look at all the little liney things and muscle striations and wow. That's not what makes this beautiful. Lines and lazy S curves. Here's a beautiful S curve right there. My goodness. There's a lot that's working well here. Pretty much at any point, you can find a beautiful lazy S. Do you see that? That's art. I'm serious. It sounds like, oh, you're just scribbling. No. This is the essence of why this is aesthetic and beautiful to look at. Who made this? There's no tag. There's no watermark. Somebody find. Oh, sweet. Are you guys hanging out? Ooh, I see sculpting is happening. Got some drawing from Reefer and Corey is sculpting along. I love it. All right, we're going to keep on going. I haven't decided if I'm going to go with these like clawed feet or not. So I'm not going to worry about it right now because this is a good enough shape to get started. I do need to make sure I'm hitting my forms from both views, which is, I'm just simplifying it to side and front. These are going to end in some sort of hoof leg shape. So let's go ahead and get that mostly blocked out. That's better. Sweet. All right, that's mostly blocked out. Let's keep on going. All right, what's going on? RB says to Seder, sir, I already took my words back. I am working on a commission, but I'm almost done with that. Oh, very nice. Seder says, fair enough, she's ridiculously fast. I know, I'm trying to break it down. If I'm going too quick in a way that's not helpful, let me know and I can keep doing little breaks where I do sketch overs and stuff. All right, so we have this shape here. I am satisfied with that. We'll work on more of it later. One of the big things I'm missing here is like that center knee joint, but that's honestly a secondary form. We're just doing primary. Oh, Dragon's here. Hi, welcome in. Okay, let's work on the back legs, which are notoriously my favorite because I always do them wrong. If you guys are like curious, like, what do you mean? I just do back legs wrong. I just structure them wrong every time. I miss one of the joints entirely, and because I know I do this, I'm gonna look at it really carefully. And in fact, I'm actually going to do another little screenshot and show you guys so you guys know what I usually miss. Because I think these sketch overs are probably more helpful than me just creating a model rapidly. So the front legs are pretty easy. There's a joint here, line, joint, line, foot. Very good. Back legs are a little different. Joint, line, joint, line, joint, line, joint, foot. I always goof this section right here. I'll do it in different color. Your girl just doesn't do. I just forget this entire joint and bone. Not here for it. I completely ignore it. So every time I do hind legs, I have to do a little sketchy sketch and then create them accordingly. So if you guys are watching right now and you're a student, I want you to think in your head, look at this and be like, how many subtools is she going to use here? I'm gonna take a sip of coffee. Look at this. Think. Okay, thinking over, time for the answer. I'm going to do this shape, 1, We'll do a different color each time, but not that color. So 1 subtool, 2 subtool, 3 subtool. And then if you want to add a bonus, because it will end up being separate, there's going to be a foot. So if your answer was 4, I'll accept 3 or 4, you're correct. And as far as like, just because if you can do all this in 1 subtool, that's fine. I just do it to organize myself better. But I never want you guys to think there's a correct answer, because there's just not. There's so many different ways to do it. Like Aloha asks, like, hey, why are you using trim dynamic instead of H polish? And my answer is pretty much like, you can use either. RB said 3. Good job. Ray said, thank God you had the foot. I had my pulling on 4. Very good. Man, is this just a straight up classroom session now? I am having a blast. Did you guys know that I always wanted to be a teacher until I found out they didn't make any money? And I was like, no, just kidding. Alrighty, so now I'm creating these legs in those shapes that I drew. So we got 1. Oh, and another fun fact is their knee joint right here, and then their hocks, which is where that bend happens right here, will be on the same plane. So I'm gonna make sure that they roughly hit the same spot. All right, so we got 1 shape. I'm now creating the joint of this bone that I always forget. And I'm not even trying to be like hypercritical of myself. It's seriously just like, it's funny. If you know the mistakes that you always do, that's a strength, you know? And I know I forget to add this. So, boom, I did it. And then to add some volume on the inside here, I could fuss with it in the move brush, or I can just do move and backface mask and boop, bam, there's my volume. There's my volume. Nice and easy. And in case you're wondering, if you guys are curious why I don't have backface mask just enabled all the time, I can answer that. But just make sure you ping me and ask. I'm not gonna go into an explanation right now because I'm talking about so many other things. All right, we now have this back leg here, and then it's gonna be time for a foot. All right, the hoof shape's gonna be quite important, and it is kind of a complicated shape. So let's go ahead and not use this shape. I'm going to import a cylinder. Hooves are kind of picky. Yeah, I'll go with a cylinder. Ray says, Mia, when you teach your students, do you ever do classes, like running them through a process in real time? Not often, but at the rate that my program is growing, I probably will. 1, because I love it, and I think it'd be helpful. All right, so I'm starting to find this hoof shape here. It's a more complicated shape, but I'm quite familiar with it because I stare at my horse's feet all the time because he has terrible feet because he's a thoroughbred. It is what it is. I don't know if you guys know that, but thoroughbreds notoriously have terrible feet, which is really funny because they're racehorses. The shape I'm carving out right now is the frog of the foot. And if you're wondering why are you doing that, it's on the bottom. It's because it changes the shape of the whole hoof and it makes my life a little easier to know where it's at. Also, their hind feet are more spade shaped and their fronts are like circles. So the fronts, circle hooves, back, more like a spade. So that's why I'm stretching that up. Isn't that perfect? But it's good enough for us right now. We're getting the job done. I'm gonna zero mesh this instead of Dynamesh to get it lower poly in a cleaner shape. It's still pretty abysmal. I'm unsatisfied with this shape right here. Why? Because it's so lumpy and I'm missing bones. Okay, I'm missing bony landmarks. Let's get a couple of them in here. I know the hock has a big lump on it, and then so does the back of their foot right here. That's what I'm missing. And the reason why it's bothering me now is because it's affecting that silhouette. This line does not have any secondary forms on it. It is nice and clean. There we go. I'm starting to find the correct shape. I can tell because it feels better to look at. I know it's not a great answer. I'm working on that. This hoof, don't love it. Dynamesh. Dynamesh, blob. We're going to start from scratch again. And now, since my first approach didn't work super well, because this is a more complicated shape, now I'm going to come in with H polish instead of trim dynamic. I want to go really flat planes. There's one. There's one. There's one. There we go. And then I can scrunch up at the bottom, nice and flat, and now make it a big foot. All right, very simple, not very aesthetic, but it got the job done and I'm happy with that. I have to move on. Especially because I'm just gonna add feathers anyway. Feathers are what they call the long hair on horses' feet. All right, so now I'm just kind of adjusting the way that these back legs are fitting together. And then we're gonna have a tail of some sort. It's probably gonna be made of bones. So let's go ahead and work on that. Bones or tentacles, I'm not sure which. For now, we'll just come in with curve tube. I'm gonna go up to stroke, curve functions, or sorry, just curve and then lock start. So now I can kind of like pose this. There we are. Something more or less like that. Okay, we now have a block out. It looks a little ridiculous, but we got some shapes really quickly and I'm really happy about that. So what do we do next? The next thing that we do is fix what you got. What are the biggest glaring issues? I usually just start from the front and work to the back again. All right, first things first, head is too small. So I'm going to merge down the ears and the head. There we go. I'm turning off perspective. So what that does is it flattens the whole model. See that? I can see both feet right now. Now I cannot. There we are. And now I'm gonna start finding some more interesting shapes. And I'm gonna try to talk through as much of this as I can. I like this curve right here. I think it's beautiful. And I wanna make this as long of a neck as possible with pretty much I wanna break it and then reel it back a little bit. I really, really encourage thinking of your work in that way. I also want some of the sharper forms of the face to start coming through. So I'm going to pull this jawbone back a touch. And then also move the ears into a correct spot. Oh, let me go ahead and just do a screenshot every time something remotely interesting happens. So we can kind of review later on what all the different stages looked like. How does that sound? This is stage 1. It's nothing to write home about. But that's how this works. And then at the end, we'll kind of review. All right, screenshot. Yay. Okay, moving on. Aloha says, Mia, I gave an update for you in Discord. Oh, is it for your work or for what we're doing? Mia, that main reference you're using of this creature is a concept art from the show Ruby. Oh my god, that's right. That's so funny. I watched an episode of it, and for anime, it was just a little bit too much anime nonsense for me. Didn't click with me at all. But how funny that I loved the art so much from it. Very cool. I think Ricky watched it. He liked it. Okay. So moving right along. Oh, sweet. I'm glad you guys keep finding it. I really appreciate them when I say stuff like, hey, like, find the artist, and you guys go out and find them. I like it. Sater says, this is a good example of not judging your work until it's almost finished. Yeah, exactly. Because like if I looked at this, I'd be like, oh man, it looks terrible. It's like, it's not done though. Aloha said this, it's a lot like baking a cake, but you taste it while it's still flour and eggs. And it's like, that's not going to taste good, obviously. Mia's quote, don't judge this. Come back in 10 minutes and it will look different. It will. Speaking of, I'm going to not look at it for a little bit. I noticed that my camera is making me just look completely orange. So I'm going to not be an Oompa Loompa. Let's go with a green backlight and that will cancel it. No, I just kind of look green now. Color theory too close to the sun, guys. There we go. I just made it more intense of a green. Cool. And why am I playing with my lighting? One, because I'm vain. No, honestly, it's just important whenever I screenshot or do a stage, I try not to look at my art for at least like 2 minutes. Just don't look at it. Don't look at it. Come back with fresh eyes. It sounds silly, but dude, it works. It really works. Ron Sonson's mustache asks, Mia, how do you adjust the size of the brush so fast as you sculpt? It's so fast. Honestly, because I'm a spaz. That's the real answer. If you want to know what makes it easy, I hold down spacebar, and wherever I hold down spacebar, the draw size lines up exactly, see, to that menu is right on top. So I can do spacebar, click drag, spacebar, click drag. I honestly adjust my brush size way too often. It's a terrible habit. I'm just a spaz. That's the answer. Ray says, man, I don't know, the base you achieved in that time is pretty solid shape language wise. You're harsh on it. No, I'm not harsh on it. It's just silly looking. You're right. Okay. Now, if I sound like I'm being harsh, that's not helpful for my students. We're gonna say nice things about this. Okay. I like that this head, this is hard. I like that the head has some sharp edges and some interesting points. I'm gonna be able to develop that chin in an interesting way. I like that I do have some tertiary, like secondary forms kind of between the ears and the tail. It was blocked out. I like the front leg a lot. I don't like the back leg. I like that I'm having fun finding lines in the neck. There. I'm going to practice doing that. It sounds as goofy as doing like daily affirmations, but it works. It all works. Aloha said, I'm also imagine saying to this little goofy boy that he looks bad. He would be so sad. It's true. Funny. Aloha, this is a good point. You also don't want to piss off a Nuckelavee. Very true. The nastiest of all demons. Yep. Specifically in the lore that I read, it's not even just like the farmers and like the peasants that feared the Nuckelavee. Other supernatural in their folklore also fear the Nuckelavee, which is pretty metal. Empress, I think the model smells nice. Sure. It does a great job at establishing a silhouette. I like it. Let's go. We're being positive. On a serious note, because we're being goofy, this like little positivity thing is like my secret sauce. This is the reason why I was able to go from never sculpting at all to 6 years later having this business, because I was aggressively nice to myself, which made me want to work more, which made me more confident in trying harder models, and it kind of just upward spiraled. Does that make sense? Okay, we took a small break. Let's get back to it. Now let's refine some shapes. Okay. I think it'd be cool if this horse was more stretched over itself, kind of like it's walking forward. Again, we're not posing the model yet, but we can create something symmetrical to start. So I think it'd be nice if the head was actually lower and straighter. This will give a more interesting silhouette for when we put this man up here. The neck is a little too far. It's mostly a good thing happening here. I like this curve. And these ears are so long. This is not a bunny. We're gonna split these off into their own piece. And then using my move brush, we're just continuing to refine. Refine, refine, refine. But not too much. Okay, that's good enough. Now let's bring that chest forward. These are pretty much going to serve. These are like bony landmarks where the neck meets the shoulder rib cage cradle. I don't know what to call that on a horse. But this shape right here is going to be very, very important to pay close attention to. I'm going to make this shorter, kind of like a corset for a horse almost. That's the way that I'm thinking of it. And you know what, Aloha? I'm taking back what I said earlier. Don't use Trim Dynamic. I actually do think H Polish is a better brush for this. Maybe I'll change my mind in our 2 months, but for now, I think H Polish is making my job a little easier. All right, I've refined that shape a little bit. Let's go ahead and plunge this neckline down, or this chest down, so that way from the front view, the neck has this like V-shaped taper that I know I'm gonna want. Very good. Something that I think is gonna help establish this shape better is showing that it is it's two pieces, because the jaw is going to be separate. So I'm gonna duplicate it and then flatten this up. It's gonna look silly, because it has to look silly at first. Obviously, my initial shape here was compensating for the entire head, so I'll need to flatten this a touch. and then start building up this jaw here. I don't want to bother with trying to make this too perfect because I'm going to come back to that skull reference that Ray provided to really make this look good. So we want to get too far ahead of ourselves. But I do want to spend a little more time getting this shaped up. It looks kind of like a dragon dog right now. I'm going to use my move brush, punch in the eyeball, punch in a snoot. And there's going to be all kinds of fun teeth as well. Oh, it looks so sad. I wouldn't mind if it looks a little tortured. All right, we're gonna leave that alone. Cool. Any questions? Corey says, Mia, quoting me, aggressively nice to myself. That is something I am missing. Yeah, Corey, it takes practice, and it feels silly. It does, but it's so important. All right, I actually think that I nailed this shape the first time, so I'm not going to refine it because it doesn't need as much help as everything else does. But what I am going to do is add that knee joint, which is pretty much just a big old sphere. Oops, I'm going to make that its own subtool because we are subtool happy around here. Even so, my horse, like in real life, he is just, I don't know, 500 feet that way. I am always amazed at how like knobby these little muscles joints are on horses. They really stand out, and especially because it's going to be so skeletal, I want to make sure that I keep that. All right, we have that there. And now we're going to create this shape. I want it to be kind of like a draft horse, so I'm going to cut this bottom section off, and this is going to serve as the hoof. That's a better hoof shape than I had earlier. How funny is that? There's a bit of a taper. There we go. Okay, so to do that nifty trick, because this is a really important technique, instead of using H polish, I use my gizmo. I held down Command, which is Control on Windows. If you click and drag on these little rectangles, it will flatten. Really cool, really powerful way to cut up shapes. So remember that. All right, and now I'm going to make this a bit smaller. I'm going to delete this horrible hoof back here because I don't know why I couldn't make this shape earlier. That's okay, I made it now. Bam, I'm going to use that for later. Duplicate. Bam, we will get to you later, but now I have that to start with. Okay, and then from here, we're gonna start creating like those feathers I talked about, which is like that draft horse look. You can see it somewhat right here. It's gonna look shaggier than that. I'm probably gonna make it look more like tendrils or like intestines by the time that we're done, but for now, feathers. Bunny said, horses have almost no muscle at all in their lower legs. It's all driven from thighs and biceps. Yes, and this is super annoying because horses frequently get hurt on their legs, and because there's low blood flow, because there's not much muscle, it takes forever to heal. Ask me how I know. All right, I'm gonna close holes, Dynamesh, and then keep this shape here. It's gonna look kind of like pants. And then this angle on the front needs to be flatter. Shoop, more like that. Oh, horse feet. Okay, there we go. Some shapes are happening. Neat. I really want to come in and go with my clay tubes brush or curved tube brush and like add a bunch of things to this, but I don't. I want to do this in the most similar way that I teach my students, and I'd tell my students to wait. So I'm gonna wait. All right, that looks better than we had. Let's move right along. I'm actually going to split this up one more time. I normally wouldn't, but because of the type of monster we're dealing with here, I'm going to make this back half here look like a pelvis bone probably. So I want to have that flexibility. I'm going to close holes here as well. And we're going to start introducing those rib shapes. it kind of is a secondary detail, but it's going to be so key to this model. I want to do that. Sater says, are we going to do those hooves on the fore and the rear? I like those weird talon feet thing. I do too. We probably are going to do the weird talon feet thing. I just didn't do that at this moment, but I'm probably going to. All right, this is a really easy way to do ribs. You just use the curved tube brush, drag them on there. Simple as that. I'm just going to do one and Z-remesh it so it's nice and low poly. And I'm probably going to change these to be more accurate later. But as of now, we're just getting our next row of shapes in. Again, I'm really trying to do this the way that I would tell my students to. It's very easy to do the whole like do as I say, not as I do. And as you get better with sculpting and whatnot, you tend to like do things out of order because you're just comfortable with the process. But that's not helpful to learn from, and I know that. So I'm trying to do things as in order as possible. As I'm talking about different topics, if you guys see me do something, you're like, whoa, that was interesting, what the heck? Ask. I will redo it 1,000 times for y'all, seriously. I do not mind. That's the way that you learn. And everybody learns different. So let's say someone asks a question, I answer it, and you're like, that didn't make sense, but everyone moves on. You can be like, wait, I didn't get it. I got no problem going back and explaining it. All right, we have some of those shapes. I would like to add some spikes right here, but I'm just gonna put like a man sitting on it. There's gonna be a human pelvis sitting here. So I'm gonna restrain myself from making cool spiky shapes right here. Actually, you know what? I'll do just that. That makes me happy. Bam. And then I'm going to carve out some of the material on the bottom. The reason why I am not keeping this just hollow entirely, because I'd like to do this. These are all designed for 3D printing. So this will be printed about this big, and it's gonna be epic. It's gonna be awesome. But as a result, I can't have ribs floating in space. All right, there we go. The back is gonna be mostly flat. So I'm going to adjust this so I have lots of room for the writer. All right, and then this, I'm having trouble with the butt. Okay, because both of these pieces are competing for the same job, essentially. They could be one, but for posing reasons, I want this to be separate. Wandering Toad said, this is all so fascinating. I hope that's what I'm talking about, but thank you, thank you. Okay, I have to drive out now. Thank you for sharing. I'll come back and watch the video on demand. Of course, of course. Thanks for tuning in. Ray said, sometimes mean 3DM can actually be very generous. Just sometimes. And yes, yeah, mean 3DM is my spicy alter ego. This is true. Oh, Ron says, Swanson's mustache says, Mia, how did you close the holes all the way when you did the split pelvis? Great question. I use close holes. That is on my custom UI, which is not helpful for you. Give me a second where I try to find out where the heck this button actually exists. I think it's under Tool, Geometry, Modify Topology, Close Holes. It's right here. This is under the Tool menu, which is right here. So Tool, Geometry, Modify Topology, Close Holes. There you go. I try to tell you guys where it actually exists because this is my custom UI and I know that's not helpful. Great question. All right, so as I mentioned earlier, this shape is competing with this shape and I'm having a hard time with that. So I want to draw attention to it. Let's talk about it. Let's deconstruct this. Here's the correct answer because it looks amazing. And we have, let's review our main shapes. We have a shape right here, and then here, and here, right? That's what it's supposed to be. What I have done incorrectly, also for posing reasons, is I kind of made him like a little booty up here, and then I like attached this thing right here. You guys see how similar that looks? So the reason why this looks wrong is because I'm missing all of the volume right here. So I have a couple ways I can manage this. Because the reason why I constructed it like this is one, it's just poor artistic eye. I'm still growing. And two, by keeping the main body separate from the legs, it's much easier to pose because I can just put a 3 gizmo right here and just like pose each leg individually, right? I think a cool solution to this would be to introduce that flap that lions have. Let me go ahead and give you guys a reference for this. It's not just lions. Lots of animals have this, including horses, actually. That's a weird taxidermy, but it does the job. Is that AI? Whatever. This one section is correct. What I'm going to introduce here to keep that silhouette going is this like flap right here. See this like thin patch of skin right there? So I'm going to introduce yet another subtool to close up that hole, but then it's a win-win because I can still pose it the way I want to later and have that control. So again, the subtools have there's a purpose for it other than just being able to sculpt things more easily. It's also like a functional thing because you could theoretically sculpt this as one giant blob. It could just be one subtool. That makes sense? RB says, Mia, if you want to know the path, you can hover over the button and hold control. It will show the path. Holy crap, it does. You are my new best friend. Oh my goodness. 1 second, I'm giving RB poing. You guys earned poing by watching, but that was amazing. Bam. 50 poing. Thank you so much. Empress says, hey, my dog has that. Also correct. Most mammals do, honestly, or four-legged. Just Lingual says, I posted the clawed feet from the Krieg's horse in 40K. Thought it might be a nice reference to lower leg and also align with some of the other images. Let's take a look. Hell yeah, it does. Oh, cool. Cool. By chance, do you have the original image as well? You screenshotted it perfectly. I would like to see the entire image though too, so I can see like those lazy S-curves, like the beauty of the model. I can see where that's fitting together. I would like the whole image if possible, but I like this one too. Oh yes, fairy fingers. This is a newborn horse foot. I'm totally serious. They're born with these little capsules so they don't tear up their mother's nether region as they come out. Obviously, hooves are not the easiest thing to birth. So there you go, fairy fingers. I would like to... Newborn full feet. Disgusting. Yes. I would like to incorporate kind of some of that shape language when we create these feet. It'd be a nice nod, I think. And then we have like, it's just a baby vibes on this horrible monster. Who doesn't love that? RB, you're trying to duel me with the poing that I gifted you? Unacceptable peasant. Okay, we're adding that flap before I forget. I'm just gonna duplicate this subtool and scoot it on over. It's gonna make the shape look more interesting and it will allow some more details for musculature and general viscera. There's the whole image. Heck yeah. Yep, I really wanted to see the way that these stacked on top of each other, and I had a feeling that these would be very well sculpted, and they are. Everything about this model freaking rocks. Oh, that's so cool. I want to get to this level, guys. Oh, I love that. Man, the shapes here are just nice. Look how they sculpted these legs. Okay. Okay. Taking notes. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Bam. Poing for Just Lingual. That was wonderful. Thank you, thank you. All right, we now have this shape right here. It has more of a concave goofiness going on because it's just like a little stretchy bit that allows their legs to move, honestly. And now we have that gap is filled and it already looks better, which means I can play with this hip shape now and kind of bring out that hip bone look, which is going to be a little more scooped. I really don't know what I'm doing right here. So I'm going to play with some shapes and then I'm going to find the correct answer, i.e. a actual horse skeleton, and we'll fix that up later. Okay, this does stretch all the way up. This will be the booty as well, but that piece is going to make my life a lot easier. All right, that doesn't look right. There we go. Emaciated, yes, but they're still going to be like a booty, you know? Okay, I like this little joint so much in the way that I can probably put spikes on that. So I am going to move that to the back here because one, they do have a joint there, but it's also going to make my life a little easier as I structure it. I might need to do the same thing here as well. Okay, I also want to have like these, this flared silhouette on the back leg. So I'm going to duplicate this and scoot it on over. See how much I reuse shapes and pieces throughout? There's a reason for that. Horse booty. Damn. That is a thick horse. Fun fact. Well, this is like a draft breed, so this is fine. But as horses do get really overweight, they get a literal muffin top up here. So yeah. Also, this line, are those two little people crawling about? Anyway, this line right here is really prominent on thoroughbreds because they're a lot more lean. And they actually call them poverty lines because when you starve your horse, this line right here becomes very, very deep groove that's prominent. But if you have a thoroughbred, it's there almost all the darn time. When I first got my horse though, I just thought I was a terrible horse owner. Nope. Because everyone's like, oh wow, look at his poverty lines. I'm like, his what? Fun fact. Oh, cool. Polymelus, a British racehorse. Also where Bunny used to volunteer. Bunny lore. I like it. Okay, what is going on? I see a question from Tiramisu. So do floating ribs not work even with support? They absolutely do as long as they're connected to the model. I just don't like stuff being a pain in the butt. Hey, that's from Skyrim. Yeah, shout out to Arvok, the skeletal horse you can summon in Elder Scrolls Skyrim, Dawnguard. I didn't play Dawnguard, but I recognize that. I just had what was the name? Shadowmere from doing the Assassin's Quest line. What were they called though? What were the Assassins called? They had a name. I remember Shadowmere, the fire horse that you get. I remember the Blood Hand. I haven't played Skyrim in a long time. Blank. Okay, moving on to shapes. I'm not going to embarrass myself like I did yesterday on my pitiful lack of Pokemon knowledge, which I played too much Pokemon to confuse those two different lines, evolution lines. But that's not what we're doing right now. Moving on to monster design. All right, we got some better shapes here. Looking like a thing. Proud of myself. All right, looking at the top here as well. I'm using my move brush and holding down Option, Alt on Windows, click and dragging, and what that does with your move brush is it causes the material you're acting on to move straight towards the camera. So it's cool. So with the move brush, I can punch down or I can punch out. Isn't that cool? That's using that trick where you hold down Option. So for most brushes, when you hold down Options, it inverts them and it usually just removes material, but it's very, very powerful with the move brush. So don't forget about that. Hey, it's Rapidash and the other one that's the fairy type that I also liked, but I can't think of the name. Disappointed in myself. I can tell you that this first came out, the other one, in Pokemon Sword and Shield, because I played the crap out of those. How do I not know the name of this one? Is it just called the same thing? Because it's just a variant? It's just a variant, right? It still has the same name, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Ha! Feeling better about that. It's very easy to distract me, but I am doing the teach. I am still teaching. All right, we made some improvements. Let's go ahead and look at our previous screenshot and do a little before and after. Emperor says, Mia, what do you mean it moves towards the camera? Did I not do a good job showing that? Let me try again. So, we're looking at it, right? I'm in front of it. So if I click and drag the move brush in a circle, this is how it moves. I'm not holding Alt. But now if I hold down Alt, so it's Option on Mac, click and drag, it goes straight towards the camera, see? This is the same movement, that circle, but instead of going a swish like this, it moves straight towards me in real life. See? Spikes. Spikes. Was that a better demo? If that still didn't make sense, let me know. Dark Brotherhood. Thank you. This is important. Okay, let's look at our previous screenshot. Look at all these references I saved. My goodness. Okay, cool. I'm making sure they're all going to face the same direction. Otherwise, this is going to be very difficult when we try to compare side by sides. All right, guys, it's time for a little bit of recap. Smile. Okay. And now, Empress says, that's something I would have never figured out. Good. I love to hear it. I'm trying to be helpful. We're going to name this 1 and 2. Okay. So if y'all have been hanging out or just tuning in, we are sculpting Nuckelavee from scratch. My name is Mia of M3DM. My husband and I have been doing this full time for 6 years, and we make 3D printable models for a living. If you're interested in having these models, go to Patreon or make a request. That's what we do here. But today we're doing kind of this big sculpting demo to help my students as well, and to challenge myself, because I don't know if I can do this. This is difficult. And now, did I name these the wrong way? I did. Wow. Start. 2. Okay. We're going to bring up our starting point. That was our first round of shapes. And then, would you stop moving? And then we'll review what we have now. Meep bop. Why is it so hard to move stuff? There we go. So, this is where we started a little bit ago. And you guys, we said nice things about this, right? And all the things that we liked about this in the shape, form, whatever, my goal was to refine and improve. So look at this, and even though you've been watching me sculpt, think about the ways that you would have handled this. If this was your piece of art, would you be critical? Would you be a jerk to it? What would you have changed? You know what I mean? Other than just being like, oh, I don't like this, and this. Instead, we talked about all the things that we did like and moved on, right? And so it's only been an hour and a half, and we've gone from a sphere to this to this. It happens quick, doesn't it? So if you can't see the beauty, and it's so cheesy, but I am really serious. If you can't see the beauty in this, you're never gonna get here. Does that make sense? Because I didn't get here by hating my first draft. I got here by seeing what worked with these lines and then continuing to develop them. You can get from here to here by just hating the whole process, but you're not going to make a career out of it. Oh, is this the Thestral from Harry Potter? Oh, I need to sculpt that face. Okay, I thought I was going to sculpt just like a normal horse skull, but like this beaky deliciousness. Oh, I love that so much. I think I'd really struggle to make that, and that makes me want to do it. That's cool. Okay, maybe I'll do a combo of both. We're gonna give that a little pin. I told you guys today was gonna be a good stream. Oh, this is the quote that I love from Michelangelo. Bunny says, quote, again, not me, Michelangelo, "The sculpture is already complete within the marble block before I start my work. It is already there. I just have to chisel away the superfluous material. Superfluous material. Superfluous. Some words are hard for me to say. You guys can definitely tell that I read a lot more interesting words than I say out loud. I'm not used to hearing them, so I have a hard time pronouncing them usually, but I can spell them. Anyway, I know I keep harping on this, but I just have to keep harping on it because this is where my students like fall apart, and I guide them through it. But there's always a crisis moment when they start with their block out and they're like, oh, this looks terrible. And I'm like, no, mine look the same. This is how you start. This is the beauty. You must look at this. I wish Taylor Browning was here because they ask me about this all the time. If you're watching in the future, hi Taylor. But anyway, you have to see what is working here so you don't destroy it. Bam. And again, we're going to do this same iterative process again right now. We're going to think that this one looks not nearly as good in about another 20 minutes. But I really need to show you this before and after and over again so you can kind of like sketch in your brain what you would do and then see how it actually happened. And the best part is it was all in stream. So if you want to see what the heck happened, just rewind. Oh, those are pictures that Seder took. Pictures I took of the Thestral when wife and I visited the Harry Potter studio thing when we went back to London. Went to London a few years ago. You've been to London? That's awesome. I've been to some place in the United States, but the only place I've been outside the United States is the Philippines. So yeah. Aloha just says, he said. Ray says, Mia, I think I deserve positivity point. Were you being positive? I can give you a single pity point for this. I probably missed you being positive. Sorry. Oh no, you were part of the hype up. Very cool. All right. This is awesome. It's also a lot of work for my brain. What I would like to do at this point is develop the head a touch more because it is lagging behind the rest of the model. And then we will begin the human form, which is admittedly going to be much easier than what I just dealt with. Horses are so difficult, y'all. Bunny says, London is like an hour on the train from me. No kidding. So there was a point where you and Seder because of it is it visited. Ray says, yeah, same. Hour and a half from London. Oh, that cracks me up. That's right. You're also a Brit. Because you said uni. And I'm like, you're not from here. You're not from the United States. Empress says, a real if you blink, you'll miss it moment. Yeah, this goes by quick. So before I move on here, is there anything you guys want to ask questions on? Like, what the heck? Or just general feedback. Do I need to do more live streams like this? How much is this helping? Or are we just having fun? To be clear, I like having fun as well. But on a real note, a lot of y'all are aspiring artists or maybe just shy artists. Haven't started creating yet, but it's in you. Speaking of, anyone can do this, okay? I wasn't an artist growing up. I was a pianist. I had a friend in my group who was, you know how it is growing up. Like, you got like the funny friend, the artist friend, whatever. I was not the artist friend. Seriously. I'm not kidding. Though I remember my artist friend would joke, she's like, watch, you're going to do art full time when you get older. And I'm not going to. Life is weird. Bunny said, I've heard artists say that horses are one of the most difficult things to draw along with human hands. Yup. Ray said, this is very cool. Good, good, good. Ray says, Mia, I want to see you make one of your pinups. Well, an SFW version. I mean, I sculpt my SFW versions. All I do is just take off their top, and then it's an SFW. So yes, I can do that. I'd be open to working on spicy art stuff on stream as well. Bodies are cool. All right, we're gonna work on this head. I like the Thestral, but I think I need to work on the actual like horse skull first, and then I can bring in Thestral secondary forms. But the first primary form needs to be a real horse skull. Why are these so difficult? Oh, horses are beautiful, but woof. Okay. So you notice that I did a stage, I stopped, took a screenshot, and I wouldn't look at my work, and I talked to you guys. Same thing. I felt like I got to another stopping point, did the same thing. I do this same process even when I'm not live streaming, except I normally get up and walk around. So, just letting you guys know. Also, we are only halfway through Tavern Keeper's Craft, so we have another giant chunk ahead of us. I've made this section a little bit longer as of today. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I know I am. Ray, I just take off the top. It's true. I mean, it's quite literal. It's true. I mean, all right, we're going to work on the head. And to do that, I'm actually going to hide the rest of the entire body. I'll keep the neck, though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm undecided. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We are going to throw this whole model up at the top. That way, if people tune in, they can see what the heck we're working on. There's so many things I want to work on. I need to not worry about it right now. Okay. Screenshot. Step 2. Let's move all of these pieces up towards the top, because God knows I don't name anything. Do you guys see this? Polysphere 1, Polysphere 2, Polysphere 4-10. Don't be like me. Please name your subtools. I'm an absolute menace. I just keep reorganizing them until I have stuff that I like. And Haven't had to change. Okay. In case you're wondering, like, why am I so attached to keeping the ears? It's because it provides an interesting secondary form. Because when you don't have the ears on the body, it just looks so weird and round between the head and the rest of the neck. So I'm going to have some sort of landmark there, whether it's like a spike or an ear or something. Oh, Grimnir is here. Hello, welcome back. Hello, love seeing the process today. It is already looking great. Thank you. I'm really enjoying it. I was just as excited to follow my face today as I was to succeed. It's cool that I'm succeeding, but I think struggling on stream is so important for my students. And there's been a couple moments where I found significant errors, I guess, in my process. And I've talked through those. I'm trying to find more of those, though. I know it's helpful. All right, any questions? No, I think we're good. Okay, moving on. So here's our next challenge. We're going to look at this lovely reference that Ray provided. This one. I have that pinned on my other screen. So I'm going to put it right here. Mark that as red. Ooh, there's a lovely draft horse reference that I completely missed. I will look at that again later, just to make sure my proportions are looking good. Okay. Yes, that looks good. Boop, awesome. And now we're working on the head. Bunny says, it's really easy to assume if you only see the finished piece, the professionals never make mistakes. Yeah, and especially with sculpting of all things, like the whole process is just making mistakes and tweaking them, literally. All right, from right now, I need to not use the ears at all because it's going to get in the way of me trying to sculpt. Also, a fun fact, I find it easier to work with the model facing left. It's actually a huge flat spot for me to design like this. I have a very hard time with this, but that's where the reference is facing and some of them, so this will be good practice for me. Also, just for the moment, I'm going to make this easy on myself and we're going to rotate it shoop, like this, because we have a lot of translations and difficult shapes to tackle here. So I want it to be as similar to my reference as possible. If I really want to make life easy on myself, what I could do is slide Discord over and then come up here to my see-through mode, and I could just go see-through. There is nothing wrong with this. To all of my students who are trying to work on their own art and find shapes, you can trace shapes. Don't worry about it. I want to be really clear about that. The best thing you can do is try to do it yourself and then check your work by doing this because you'll develop your artistic eye faster. But there's plenty of industry professionals that do this all the time because what happens is they have 2D concept artists that draft something and then it's a 3D artist's job to make that an asset that can be used in a video game, right? They don't care if your artistic eye could capture it. They just want it to be exact. So what they do is they put in this reference behind it and they trace it. Like, it still requires so much artistry. So have I been aggressive enough? Use references. Don't be shy. It's not cheating. If someone tells you it's cheating, ignore them. They're not artists. All right, moving right along. We're making a skull. So to make this skull, I'm going to be focusing on everything except for the eyeball initially. I'm really focusing on the negative space. So this elliptical hole is very, very important and the proportions from that. So let's get started. This is some challenging crap right now, so let's go. All right, for this, I'm actually gonna use ZRemesher because I'm zoomed in so much and I want my shapes to be as non-lumpy as possible. All right, let me read through here really quick. I wanna read all these out loud, but they're not questions and I know I need to keep working, but I like talking to you guys. Okay. So again, we are looking at gaps more than we're looking at the main shape. The main, the drawings help? I know they help. So I'm going to show you guys what I see. Because when I say a rounded triangle, I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying. I know I wouldn't understand when I was learning. So here's what we're doing first. We are going to create this shape. See that? That's first. Next, I'm going to look at this and remove any gaps. So I'm going to make sure that this shape is prevalent and this shape is prevalent. So right there, you see even my like triangle sketch, I actually went, there we go. The triangle needs to be larger. There we go. Like that. Does that make sense? So first, green triangle shape. That's the most important. Second, gap. And then technically there is another gap here. Okay? That's how we're doing it. I'm pretty sure that these sketches are super helpful. If they're like necessary for you, let me know. If not, I'm gonna stop doing them. Okay, Empress asked, the negative space around the shape? Yes, pretty much. So again, our first goal is just to make that big triangle. So I'm going to accomplish that right now. So I'm annihilating all of those secondary forms I kind of drafted for fun while we were sketching. And again, it's tall, and then like this. I'm going to use Trim Dynamic to kind of help me out. There we go. And then this is going to be straight and straight. I think I mostly got it right. I don't want to spend too much time here. So let's go ahead and let's check my work. Let's see if I got this initial shape correct at all. Look guys, it's happening. I'm doing the cheat. Just kidding. I saved all of my little scribbles over this, so now it's very hard to see. I need to make a new screenshot. Uno momento. Speaking of, Command Shift number 4 allows you to click and drag screenshots on a MacBook. I don't know what it is for Windows, so I can't help you. But there we go. I went ahead and did that. Boop. I'm going to put this up, click on my ZBrush screen. After I click, I have to click done. Boo. You can import images straight into ZBrush. I just don't, because I find that I usually just do it to glance silhouette, and it's easier for me just to throw it behind the scene. There we go. Turn to my see-through mode, and let's see how close I got. Not bad. Not bad. So my answer, the way that this could have been wrong in multiple ways, is this could have been that long, this long, it could have been skinny, fat. So what I'm trying to make sure that I did correctly is that I left enough room for the nasal bone right here. So I can then create this negative shape. I wanted to make sure that this was far back enough. I didn't quite get this correct. So there's a small adjustment. That's good. And then the second piece, I want to make sure it's actually going to stretch all the way up. That's more of a secondary form. My point was I wanted to get the green triangle first, and we nailed that. And then this jaw piece as well should be a little bit thinner to make sure I have room for those teeth. Overall, good job, Mia. Grimnir says it's Windows Shift S for a screenshot. That sounds right. All right, well, cool. I passed the first shape. Now let's try the second shape. I'm going to get rid of that. Again, I could just trace it. That's totally fine. I'm not, because I'm trying to get better with my own artistic eye. It's very difficult. All right, next step is I need to carve out the negative spaces. That's why I traced in pink. So I'm gonna go to my mask pen, and I'm gonna smear, gonna kind of create that shape. It's gonna look really funny until we add teeth. It's gonna look like a horse that needs dentures, essentially. And then I'm gonna use my mask lasso brush to carve out that section. Okay, I did that too fast. Step 1, mask lasso, and then Command W. That's going to change this polygroup to different color. So when I hold Shift F, you'll see this is pink, this is blue. That's because I use Command W to make a polygroup. Now by holding Command Shift, I can double click on the group I don't want, so it's hidden. It is gone. So if I go to delete hidden and close holes, you'll see it remove some of that material. It didn't do like a great job, but it did like a good enough job. I can now come through with Dam Standard and start kind of carving that shape down a little bit more. There's lots of ways to do this. So if you think, hey, why wouldn't you do it XYZ way? The answer is you probably can. All right, so I'm constructing that nasal bone. All right. Goodish. And then I'm starting to find these flat forms here. It's quite thin. For now, I'm not going to be too fussed about 3D printability because I want to get the shape correct. Speaking of, this is causing me physical pain because I bought a really nice brush that had skulls already pre-made for me. But the peasants want to see sculpting from scratch, so I want to teach y'all. All right, same thing on the bottom, scoop. I'm just looking at this shape right here. There is a tooth that breaks this up. That's too small a detail. Just looking for this big ellipse here. It starts at the very front of the snoot into the back of the nasal bone. See this little thing sticking off of its nose? That's the nasal bone, and that's where this elliptical hole terminates. So this nasal bone's a bit longer, and then I can bring this straight down right here. There we go. Next up is making sure this looks nice and rigid, I think. And I really need to make sure I'm stretching this bone up sooner than later so I can tuck that through. There's gonna be a big hole right here for the eyeball, and then like an orbital bone. It's like this bone right here. If you push really hard, you can see that's like, okay, serious, I'm totally serious. Whether you're an art person or not, take your fingers and put them on like the corner of your eyes and push. You feel that bone, and you can follow it all the way through. That is, don't push too hard. Don't blind yourself on my stream. That orbital socket bone connects all the way back, okay? And that's what we're gonna start to create here. I'm gonna show it to you again. See? That's that bone that really sticks out farther than you'd expect. So that needs to get built up, and then there's a tail off the end of it. And we also have that little tab on our skulls. We are learning today. Peasants will peasant. Yes, but please do not blind yourself. Damn it, Ray. Right, instructions unclear. Now I'm blind in one eye. Alrighty. That looks good. I'm gonna really dig that in because it looks spooky and drama. And I like both of those things. And then this is kind of an interesting thing. We're really starting to dig into these secondary forms. And this is a bit of a more challenging one because you can't really see it on all the different angles. There's gonna be a bone. Okay, these fit together like a lock and key almost, okay? The jaw comes all the way up, pierces through, just like our jaw, comes up, and it hinges and it locks in like right here. And so there's a tab that extends off of this orbital bone socket, and those wedge in. So to sculpt that would be a huge pain, right? So here's an easy way to do that. I am going to take just the top here. I'm going to carve out a big space. I'm going to make it really exaggerated, and I'm going to bridge that gap using curved tube. Okay, see how the curved tube like fit all the way in there? I don't want that. So I'm going to go to picker and change it from continuous Z to once Z. So now I click and drag. Haha. I now have that tab. So I can merge this down to my skull. And now when I do Dynamesh, I have a nice gap. See? There you go. That is the best way in this for me to construct that. It's so important that you actually have that gap because sometimes you don't want to sculpt an illusion of what it is. You just want to literally sculpt what it is. And that's the best way to do it in that case. What's interesting is that this little tab actually sticks like all the way through. Huh, that's really cool. And then that cavity does extend farther back. I did not do a little sketch over with lines for this part. If I lost you and you're confused, let me know. We'll talk about it. Many like, oh look, that horse now has worms on his forehead. That too. All right, so when you Dynamesh at low resolution, things will start to grab onto each other. Just keep that in mind. I need to fix that. I'm just gonna mask this little poly group that grabbed on there and then close holes. And I'm gonna increase my resolution from 120 to 168 so it doesn't ruin my work. Cool, we made some progress. One of the big things we're missing now are teeth. So I'm gonna draw some lines here to show like where these teeth are gonna go. Okay. And the best way to do this as well is to create a whole separate tooth. We don't need to be too complicated with this. Just bring in a cube, smush it in there. I'm going to do just one side at a time. Here we go. Dynamesh. And then horse teeth are pretty simple shaped. They have a small taper on them. So to achieve that taper, I'm going to go to this little gizmo and then taper. Just like that. Accept and squish that down a bit. And then next, to detail them, just nice and easy, I'm just going to throw in some lines. Bam. I'm going to go ahead and throw the lines all the way through. See how low resolution I am right here? That is the way. As low resolution as possible, only increase until absolutely necessary. All right, before I go too much farther, let's check my work. I'm going to enable see-through mode. Let's layer this up on top. Overall, not bad. Some of the biggest mistakes I have here are the nasal bone is about 20% too long. So I'm going to grab my Move Topological brush and just scoot it on back. Fixed. Okay. I can lower this to exaggerate it more. Yeah, we're about good. I even put the eye in the right spot. I'm not trying to humble brag. I just am genuinely surprised I'm doing this well, and it makes me happy. Man, all that sculpting every day is paying off. Crazy. Oh, I didn't notice this little tab on the back. That's interesting. See this? It kind of like flares on the back. That's a secondary shape I just totally whiffed. Interesting. Okay. So it's more flat, and then it kind of like pulls off the back. That is going to be really cool. I'm going to develop that into a more monstrous shape when we continue to work on Nuckelavee. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, I want to see if the teeth are lining up. If I put those in the right spot. Yes. Very good. It's even the right shape. Whoa, what is happening, ZBrush? Did you crash? No, I just put it away. Okay, cool. I was like, ZBrush, I'm doing so good today though. All right, I'm going to carve this down a little bit just so I have more room to add the teeth without any clipping errors. And this is kind of a cool trick. I'm gonna duplicate this tooth a bunch of times without duplicating a subtool. I'm gonna bring up my gizmo with W, hold down Command, and then click and drag. I don't care if the teeth look exactly the same. We just want to get them into place. Bam, just like that. And then we'll go to mirror and weld. Bam, 2 rows of teeth. And then we also want to have bottom teeth. I'm not going to sculpt them from scratch. There's just no reason to. I'm going to hold Command Shift D and then rotate 180 degrees. Whatcha? The teeth actually don't show on the bottom in this reference. Odd. I feel like they should be there. I'm making a stylistic choice that I might change later. We'll see. Wow, these are in the wrong spot. So what I'm talking about is in the skull reference, you can only see the top teeth. The bottom teeth are not showing. Horses do have bottom teeth. Just letting you guys know. Interestingly, cows do not have top teeth. They just take their tongue and they smush the hay around and like grass onto their top of their mouth. It's like the hard palate. It's very, very odd. I'm going to put these here because I think they're neat. If it ends up looking stupid, I'll fix it later. And then the last big important thing is I need to put some teeth up front. So I'm going to grab just one tooth. We're going to mirror it and scoot it up to the front here. All right, I'm going to look at my reference from the front. Oh, I did not create a front mouth, did I? I didn't look at the front like at all. Beginner mistake. So I've been checking my work from the side, but I completely forgot that this is a 3D model. It happens. That's okay. Let's do a good enough job. I just want to get some teeth in here. The front teeth are a bit longer, or at least more of them show. And then I'm somehow supposed to fit like a bunch of teeth right here. Let's just get some in. And then I can do a better job later. Any questions? What are the rates currently for the heist? 120% payout. So you will more than double your payout. Alrighty. That scoots on in. There's it looks really silly, doesn't it? All right. I want to mirror this on the bottom, but I can also just rotate 180 degrees. There we go. Let's just get some secondary forms that are making some sense. Perfect. This extra tooth that's right here is quite important. So I'm going to refine that next. Go ahead and add that tooth. I believe these are called wolf teeth. These usually get pulled in horses because they cause a lot of problems, especially when you bit them up. Like I don't think my horse has these anymore. All right, it's facing the wrong direction. See, it's like this little canine right here. All right. I'm creating this shape right now so that way the silhouette reads even better. All right, just gonna flip that here, and then there's another one on the bottom. So I'll mirror and weld, duplicate, another rotate by 180. You'll see there's a pattern here. And then push this forward. So RB, how's it going? Are you sculpting along? I know you said you weren't going to, but yeah, today would have been a chaotic day to follow along. For a lot of reasons. Just Lingual said, Mia, it is a demon horse. You can give it more definable front teeth and less. Absolutely. I'm even gonna like bend the orbital socket so it looks angry. All right, so from the front, because I forgot this was a 3D model, we need to carve out a lot of volume. It currently is a big cylinder that's definitely not accurate. Side's looking pretty darn good. But the front, I need to remove material. Two ways to do that. I can use my standard brush and hold down Option, or my clay brush. In this case, because the material I'm removing kind of is like long tubes, I'll use my standard brush. There's really not a wrong answer to this though. So I'm just looking at my reference. Let me increase my resolution a bit. There we go. Just looking at my reference and following it. There's an interesting flare that happened, and speaking of my reference is this. I'm looking at this view right here. There is an interesting like flare shape. Wow, my face is in the way. All right, right here. There's this interesting kind of dished flare shape. So I'm starting to recreate that right now. And then a reminder that I'm really just using one brush to do all of my work. I pretty much could sculpt this entire model with the standard brush and move. I just noticed I have a lot of students that want to buy all these like fancy brush packs and stuff. And I'm like, they're just not going to make you a better artist. I don't know what to tell you. Do not fall for all the fancy brush packs out there. They're just trying to make money, which is totally fine. But I see a lot of brush packs are like advertised like, oh, like beginner friendly. And I'm like, no, beginners need to learn how to make shapes. Oh, I forgot to make a nose, didn't I? I totally forgot that there's like a nasal socket thing. I forgot about that. Okay. So I could try to sculpt that up, or I can make it easier on myself and use curved tubes. So similar to how I made this little like orbital tab socket, I can use that to create this little nose shape. So I'm going to split mask points. So I have this as a totally separate thing. This is actually a lot more similar to how you would sculpt like in real life with clay, where you would take a piece of clay and you'd roll it out into a tube and then lay it onto your form. Don't let me fool you. I have never sculpted with clay in my life. So if you're like, or Play-Doh counts. So if you're like, oh, she has traditional background. I do not. I do not. My traditional background is a bachelor's in mechanical engineering. That's all the schooling I have. This will do two things. One, it kind of allows me to add some more volume quickly. Gives you some more control, but also kind of create some of the secondary forms for me. let's go ahead and check my work. This front reference isn't as stellar because it is tilted a little bit and there is perspective. So I'm just going to line it up roughly. Where is... All right, so I'm going to kind of tilt it. I'm trying to roughly get this correct. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, my nose is way too long. I made this big heart shape. It's really, I'm not leaving any room for all the teeth. Gotta leave room for all the teeth. I am gonna just merge this down and Dynamesh it because I do need to add more volume here as well. So yeah, this is the before and then bam. I have added all that volume to the form. And now I'm gonna use my clay brush to create this little snoot. Okay, I knew this was gonna happen. You see how it's ripping through the back of the model? This is another instance where you need to use back face mask. Anytime that you are sculpting on your model and your brush size, so this red circle, is thicker than the volume you're working on, turn on back face mask. I don't like dealing with this problem very often. I think it's annoying. So that's why whenever I make clothing, I always have 0 thickness because then it can't tear through the back of the mesh because there isn't a back. Pro tip. But we're not making clothing right now. We're making a whole skull. Alrighty. Creating some of those spooky secondary forms. All right. Yeah, I totally forgot that that shape would be here. I think I was so focused on teaching you guys all these fundamentals on the side. I actually don't mind that I only focused right here. Kind of kept it a little simpler for everyone. Not the worst thing. All right, some other forms that I am missing that are interesting and cool. This line right here is super cool and it actually travels down and terminates like right here. So let's go ahead and use this technique again where I just roll up a tube of clay and throw it on there. The curve brush is so powerful and I don't use it in this way very often. So I hope this is a cool tool that a lot of my students watching will remember. All right, and then right here is actually quite flat. So I'm gonna take my mass lasso brush, go over the top, and then trim dynamic to just flatten that out. Nice and simple. There we go. Excellent. Well, this looks way freaking cooler than when we started. I'm feeling quite proud of this. This shape is getting a little lumpy. I'm getting some secondary forms that I didn't put there myself, like this line and stuff like that. So I'm gonna see if I can Z-mesh by half, and it's gonna like ruin a lot of my details, and that's okay because they're not intentional details. So here's my before, and here is the after when I Z-mesh a few times. The orbital socket here is now like a perfect circle, and that's good. I want everything to only be there if it's nice and clean and intentional. I think I've hit my limit on how much work I can get done on this in one pass. Though I am having a lot of fun. I just think I'm going to hit that diminishing returns right about now. We're going to make these teeth a bit skinnier. Did these merge together? I'm going to be so mad. Oh, good. Sometimes you have these meshes that overlap. They will merge together, and it's a bit of a pain to fix. We are all good though. No merging happened. Happy Mia. All right, made a lot of progress here. I wanted to improve the head a little bit and I think we improved it a lot of it. So in case you guys have been taking a little bit of a break, I would like to draw your attention, peasants. Attention. We took this head right here and we made this. I think I did a good job. Can someone give me, is there a cookie emoji? I would like an attention. But no, on a serious note, this has been so much fun. I need to do more streams like this where I just work from scratch. It's a huge confidence booster. When I was having breakfast with my husband this morning, I'm like, can I do this? Did I overcommit? And he was like, no, you're great. Shut up. And I'm like, thanks, honey. Yeah, there's my cookie. Thank you, Aloha. Come near says, Mia, looking so good. Really grateful you sculpted this from scratch. I'm learning a ton. Okay, good. Because Because I was scared to do this on stream, guys. And I had to convince myself, like, full reverse psychology, like, even if I fail, it'd be a good learning moment. And I believe that. But nobody wants to fail, especially in front of people they like. Yeah. Ah, all the cookies. Thank you, guys. Ron Swanson's mustache says, Mia, the way you teach is phenomenal. Oh, any little thing I have learned that didn't understand it clicked for me when you explained like 2 + 2. Thank you. That is like full of chills. That is what I want. This is exactly what I want to hear. I was so frustrated when I started learning and teaching myself art because I didn't teach myself. I looked online and looked at other professionals. And so much about art is just so subjective, the way they teach it. But it's not. It really is a science. You really can break it down to these forms. I'm just so tired of the wishy-washiness of art being like, you just find the shapes and the forms come to you. And I'm like, where are they? I don't see them. And the reality is like, it's just a game of spot the fucking difference. Literally, look at your reference. Look at your art. Look at your reference. Look at your art. Do you guys see like those movies and like there's an artist and they're like looking at their painting and they're doing this? They're using their thumb or like their eraser nib to measure the model. So even in those, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like they look at a painting like a live study and they're doing this. But I'm serious, that's what they're doing. They're just measuring. You can always break it down in a way that makes more sense. And I'm so glad this is helpful. That is high praise and I really appreciate it. That being said, I am totally down for, hey, can you talk slower? Can you explain things more than once or whatever? Because I'm still learning too. I'm really excited to see how much better I'm going to be next year. I like where I'm at, but it's all about getting better. That's the journey, you know? All right, we're going to merge all these pieces down. Sater says, be the change you want to see. Heck yeah. Mini Blaze says, oh no, Mia, should we start insisting on all models from scratch? Absolutely not. I'm not going to sculpt the same human body over and over again. But when I sculpt monsters, perhaps I'd be open to that. Mini Blaze, one of these things looks like the others. One does not. Yep, there you go. You're an artist, Harry. Life drawing is super useful, actually. Absolutely. Empress, she really likes us. I really do. A cookie tabber pet would be great. Mini Blaze, Mia, could you explain all of this again? No. You're great. All right, so I'm going to merge all these down into one piece, making sure they're all polygrouped. So I'm hitting Command W. I want these to be individual polygroups instead of like this right now, it's a rainbow. I don't want that. I want it to be like this. Why? Because I'm going to merge all of these pieces down and I don't want to have to deal with moving these pieces. If I want to grab just one, I'm going to grab the whole thing. Let me show you some like intelligent polygrouping really quick. I want the top teeth here to be stuck to the top of the skull. So bam, Command W. I want the bottom teeth to be stuck to the bottom skull. Bam, Command W. I'm going to keep doing that. And what this will allow me to do is later on, I can just take my gizmo and bam, see? That's what it's all about. And then if I want to move individual teeth, I can just click auto groups and there you go. I have my individual pieces again. But yeah, correct polygrouping really makes everything flow a lot nicer. Bam. And it's all undoable. You might be asking, Mia, why don't you use folders within ZBrush like this? New folder. I hate them. I hate using folders in ZBrush. When you start using 3D Gizmo deformations, it just acts dumb. And the worst part is, if you have a folder in ZBrush, this is very important. If you have a folder in ZBrush full of subtools, but the folder is like collapsed, if you try to delete any subtool in that folder, it deletes the whole damn folder. Isn't that the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your life? So warning, if you have a folder and it's collapsed, not expanded, you can't delete anything within that because it deletes the whole thing. And fun fact, deleting in ZBrush is not undoable. It is forever. It's the only software I've ever handled that's like that. So that's Mia's little rant on folders in ZBrush and why they're terrible. You can absolutely use them. I just don't like them. All right, I got a top jaw, a bottom jaw, and now the moment we've all been waiting for. He can talk. Look at him go. Yum, 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 yum. You gotta keep it fun. All right, let's go ahead and show the whole model again. And now this head's gonna look outrageously detailed compared to the rest of it, and that's okay. Whatcha? Mini lays. M3DM, so Mia, to clarify, once it is merged, can it be unmerged? Yes, unless you Dynamesh or unless you Dynamesh, because then you're changing the topology and merging it together. I have been traumatized. Grimnir said, oh man, I learned that the hard way. No good, right? So silly. Mini lays, stop that. Too creepy. What do you mean? This? Yeah, the delete button's ridiculous. Okay. So we have a little bit of time left in Tower Keeper's Craft. I have not created this human body. So we're going to speed run this right now because I didn't do one of the huge components and I have to do that. All right, I can do it. Y'all believe in me? I believe in me. First, I do need to get all this merged down in a way that is less of a pain. I'm going to merge down these legs into one subtool so I can move them around later easier, and that way I don't have a bajillion subtools to deal with. So all I'm doing is I'm just sending my subtools up to the top by holding down Shift and clicking right here. And then I can click Merge Down, and there you go. Pretty nifty. There's nothing wrong with the way that these are organized. They're just not organized. So I'm gonna do this so it's a little easier and more clear for me to deal with. Because I'm about to create a whole human, which in theory I can do faster than I did a horse. We'll see. All right, it's human time. And the human will be done from the front. First things first, a head. All right, we're about to do an entire different section of the model, so just a heads up. I'm gonna go ahead and make this easier on myself. Man, today was such a riot. I'm doing 2 models from scratch. Okay, that's fine. We have a head. All right, literally, this is just head, shoulders, knees, and toes, y'all. Head, shoulders. Oh wait, we need a neck first. Bam. I know a little bit more about human bodies than horses because I do live in one. Head looks decent. It's pretty much a sphere, but I'm gonna go ahead and use my trim dynamic brush to carve out some planes really quick. Keeping it real low poly. There we go. That's about a head shape. Good enough for what we're doing. Oh yeah. Sometimes I wish I was a man just so I could say that quote that, oh yeah, it's all coming together by Kronk, but I don't have the vocal range to do that. All right, bam, we got head and neck. Next, duplicate. I'm gonna rotate this, mirror and weld, and Dynamesh. And now I'm creating the shoulder and torso volume. Okay, we are making a human, but we're making a spooky human. So keep that in mind. If you're like, oh my God, it looks like Slender Man. Very good. That is what we're going for. So I want to have this like sloping, dramatic figure, right? So you're gonna keep seeing, see the curve on the neck right here? You're gonna see that line about 100 times. I'm gonna cover the whole body in that. I'm a big fan of having the chest and like torso with like these nubs on the end where I can like slot the arms into. Oh, also for context, I have sculpted a human body from scratch like once. I have not done it in a really long time, years. So if this just comes out like poop, we shall revisit it some other time. I managed to do a whole horse though, so I'm feeling pretty confident. And if you're wondering, Mia, if you haven't done a lot of human bodies from scratch, why can you do this at all? That's because I'm still practicing like the fundamental skills to be able to do this every day. All right, we are at the end of the rib cage here. I'm actually gonna suck this up a bit. And now we're gonna create the next volume. I'm gonna go to Append, Cylinder, shrink that down, and Dynamesh. I want him to be really spindly, skinny, and horrifying. But he also needs to have like a pelvis so he can ride this horse. He's also part of the horse. I'm actually gonna duplicate the entire torso and smooth that. Do you guys see that? Here's the torso. It's roughly the shape of a pelvis if you squint. If you're like, what are you talking about? Smooth. That's what I'm talking about. I try to reuse volumes as much as I can. Is it super accurate? No. But it sure got me there a lot faster, didn't it? Oh, I think it'd be cool if he was like leaned over a bit more. So let's start to pose him just a little bit. The higher you have the shoulder point, the more hunched over. So whenever you think of like a big tall monster, you can still have a long neck, but you have to push it in front of them and lift the shoulders. Does that make sense? Out and up. It'll make sense, I promise. See, there's that curve again I keep talking about. Just a small little curve. Gonna have that a bunch of times. All right, time to add an arm. Seder, does he need a pelvis? Yes. You'll see why. All right, now we're gonna create some arms. The arms are connecting to the body. Look at him. We don't want this. So let's change our curve brush from continuous Z to 1C. And the same thing, we're gonna go from, oh wow, it's raining really hard. It wasn't supposed to rain today. Did I leave the hay? Okay, whatever, sorry. Shoulder to elbow. So boop. Usually your elbow falls at the small indentation of your hip, or not your hip, your waist. Your hip is like where the top of your pelvis bone is. Your waist is like where it's supposed to theoretically indent. I say theoretically because everyone's built different. I didn't have that indent in high school. I was built like a rectangle. All right, there we go. Since this is a monster and I want him to be scary, instead of having the elbow point here, it's gonna be really long, really spooky. I'm actually gonna have it especially exaggerated because I kind of want his arms like dragging behind him almost. It's gonna be awesome. All right, let's go ahead and see if this is on the horse at all. He is not. He's a little far forward. So let's go ahead and scoot him on back. I'm gonna just merge these forms down. And where is his pelvis thing? Not pelvis, spine. All right, and we're gonna just throw him on over here. There we go. Heck yeah. All right, I'm gonna take the whole model with the move brush and just pull straight back, and we're gonna start to get this like hunched forward form. There we go. Excellent. Okay, I did it. I blocked out a human blob form in like a couple minutes. Thank God, because we were in a Tavern Keeper's Craft, and I'm like, I forgot half the model. I got so far into doing the horse skull that I kind of forgot what the whole model was supposed to be. That's okay. Aloha says, Mia, is the ribcage 1 head height tall or 1.5? I always forget. Well, it's different for men and for women, I think, like the way they flare and the way that they shape. I think it's 1, but let me look. Okay, there's a little bit of nudity on here, so just don't look at that. There's that, that's the reference I'm looking at right now, and I'm going to measure with my thumb, my handy dandy thumb. It's 1.5. Though again, it's, the rib cage on a man's a lot wider than it is a woman. I don't think it's longer, really. No, actually it looks like a woman's rib cage is a little longer, maybe. I wish I could just put this on camera, but there's just too many bits out. Here, I can just cover that up. And let's see if I can do this without screwing it up. Hello. Come here. Don't you worry. This is going to make sense. Bam. Rib cage. Man and woman. It looks like it's about 1.5 heads. Oh look, skulls. This book is Anatomy for Sculptors. It's fantastic. It also got really expensive because it's a stupid college textbook now. Alright, my camera wants to spin. Alright, but yes. Good question. I'm probably going to make it really long to make it extra monstrous, but we'll see. Alright, let's pull this up. That's good. Looking pretty freaking cool. I think so. I think it's time for another screenshot. So this took me a little over, well, it took me 2 hours to do this. We had a 20-minute, 10-minute intro where I wasn't streaming yet, 10 minutes of talking, and then pretty much 2 hours on the dot got us here. Ray said, this wouldn't be the first time or second time you flashed the stream with your art. I want to be really clear, Ray is not talking about me. He is talking about art that I have made. This is a modest stream. All right, let's do a screenshot of our new bit of progress. All right, guys, smile. And now let's kind of look at all of our different moments as we have grown together. We'll call that 3. We're doing a bit of a recap. If you guys are just coming in, hello and welcome. I should name this 1 so it puts them in order. Big brain. All right. Why did it give me the wrong image? Will this cycle the way I want it to, or is it gonna be a pain? I don't know how to preview this. Oh, it's working. Cool. Perfect. It's working. All right, guys. Pay attention. We're doing a recap. Screen within a screen. Oh, look, it's me. Look how red I was in the beginning. That's why I fixed my lighting. Okay. We're going to review how we got here. Reminder that we started from a sphere. Is that big enough? It's going to have to be. All right, so the first thing we did was establish the main shapes, and it was pretty good. We then refined it a bit to here, and then I went crazy on the skull and did like an entire human body in like 5 minutes. Bam. Oh, this last reference here is not, the perspective is turned on. That kind of bothers me. That looks different than the rest of it. That's okay. Yeah, pay attention to the back. Okay. I'm going to just keep cycling up and down through this. So if you're just coming to the stream, hey, welcome. I am sculpting Nuckelavee, which is a Scottish monster from folklore. It's really, really cool. It's pretty much like Plague and Pestilence. We did it from scratch. This is my progress in 2 hours. It's obviously done, but this is our stage 1, 2, and 3. Most of the work and my time went into doing this skull. So that's a lot more developed than everything else. But yeah, it's coming along really nice. Oh my god, it is raining so hard, it is not even funny. Okay. Jesus. I don't know if it's even worth trying to show you guys. I'm gonna try. Can you guys? Okay, it just looks like a white. That's honestly what it looks like. That window, that's how hard it's raining. Not inaccurate. Cats and dogs out here. Alright. We're definitely about to get an inch in 30 minutes. Any questions on a serious note about this? Any stages that you were like, how did you know to go from here to here? What technique did you use to go from here to here? Why is it shaped like that? What's next? Okay, you guys can hear the rain? No, it's epic right now. RB says, Mia, skull looks really good. Thank you. Let's have a moment to oogle the skull. It's oogling time. Look at that. I'm proud of that. This is awesome. Oh, I'm so proud of myself. Cool. And I think I explained it well. But again, I'm accepting questions. Don't quote that, Ray. Is Spartan out in that? Yes, he's fine. Oh my lord. He does have a shelter if he wants to go in it. Y'all, horses do not care. They are so metal. Oh no, womp womp. Ambushed by raiders and shredded by auto turrets. The mission failed. The rusted tankard now floats lifeless. Another ghost ship left from the Ailborn Express. Man, who just lost the heist that bad? Rough. Sater says, Mia, the only thing I got for you is what I said before. I think the bro on the back needs to be scaled down a bit. Oh, the human? Oh, absolutely. I agree. I think he should be scaled down and longer. Like, his arms, I think, should be like this long. Like crazy long. I think that would be epic. So from the sides, he's just like scooping up his enemies with big long fingers. It's going to be epic. But yeah, for now, we'll just make him a little bit smaller. RV, Mia, just a suggestion. If you pull down the jaw, it will look bossy, I guess. Are you talking about this? Like that? Yeah, I'm not too worried about that yet. Sater said 100%. There it is. Heck yeah. Womp womp. This has been a blast. Thanks for having confidence in me. You guys being so hyped got me really hyped. Because this is... No, I have not saved. I have not saved. Thank you, Mini Blaze. I don't know how to spell Nuckelavee. Nuckelavee. No, it's an E, not an A. Okay, swap the E and the A. Nuckelavee. Yes, that's correct. Deer rather than horse, but no, that's pretty cool. Both of these. You guys do a really good job of providing references that A, are like anatomically correct and cool, or two, have that vibe that I'm going for. I really like that. On the horse. Oh, the horse, I'm going to wait to get the jaw as accurate as possible, and then I'm actually going to export it so I have this really cool horse skull. And then once it's all exported and accurate, then I'll start like really making it look epic and bossy, as you said. Aloha, Mia. I have a question. When working on the horse, can we see what a rough outline of some omega cake would look like? I read that with such intensity, and oh, you got me. Okay, first off, if you actually have seen a horse booty in real life, they naturally kind of just look like that, not gonna lie. But really quick, it would look kind of like this. And to be totally serious, horses kind of do just look like this. We'll do a more calm version, but like that's really not that far off from what it's supposed to look like volume wise. RV Gaming says, oh, okay. I read that so sad. No, I like your idea. It's super cool. I just need to get this more accurate before I do that. I really think the skull should be more narrow. Oh, look at that. That's cool. I'm definitely going to squash the head once I get this more accurate first. Okay. In the last 5 minutes here, I'm going to do a little bit of a speed round where I just put some interesting poly paint down. If you have a question for me, type M3DM and then say your question. For now, let's get some poly paint in here. For the poly paint, I'm going to keep it very like red tones. It's really going to be a big blob of red and black. So what I'm going to focus on first is actually getting the skeleton colored correctly so it stands out as it should. All right, that's going to be a lighter color. Both of these joints, these are going to be more on the bony side. I'm clicking fill object to achieve this. So anything that is going to be just straight up skeleton is what I'm coloring. There's going to be a lot of different like viscera and tendons and stuff once we're done. We'll make that one color for now. Sweet. And now I'm going to come through with my paintbrush, changing the mode from dots to drag rectangle. And now let's go ahead and get some fun gradients in there. There we go. Starting to look kind of fleshy. Gonna darken this color, increase, shift the hue, lower the value, and increase the saturation. Value is, if I'm getting this right, hue is your color, value is like how much black or white, so how bright or dark your color is, and then saturation is the intensity of that, of your color. Hue, value, and saturation. I frequently like to decrease the value, so I'm putting more black in my color. Shift the hue a bit to be more towards the cooler side when I'm doing like my shadows. I also just like doing things like two-tone because I find that it just makes for a nice contrast, and it's a pattern that you see really common in nature. I'm amazed that we went this far without any poly paint, because the poly paint really makes it look like something epic. I just really didn't want to muddy up the forms. I wanted this to be as clear of a teaching moment for y'all as possible. Shadows. Shadows. Oh yes, and Mini Blaze says, for the new folks, poly paint does not show up on a 3D print. However, it does help while looking at a model that's being made. Accurate. That being said, you can leave the shells as separate objects if you have an FDM printer with an AMS system. AMS is just like multi-material system. So this was printed as is. I have not colored this like with paint. This was printed off the printer. So that's pretty cool. You can print in color with FDM. There won't be like shading or anything, but you can do like stark contrasts of black versus white versus a screen. And yes, I did sculpt this. This is my Barbarian King, and I love him. All right, this is looking pretty cool. Let's go ahead and make it big. You know, for 2 hours, and a lot of teaching. I'm really proud of this. I am proud of myself. It's easy to say I am proud of this. Saying the phrase I am proud of myself feels very awkward for some reason, but I think it's a good thing to say. And I know if I start saying it, I'm hoping that all of my little art babies and students out there, that you guys will start saying it to yourself as well. Because if I think it's awkward to say the phrase I am proud of myself, I bet you it's awkward for you guys too. Oh my goodness. Cool. Oh, I can't believe that I did that. Sick. Imagine how this is going to look in another 2 hours. This was just 2 hours. If I put double the amount of time into this, yeah, this would be cool. Corey says, that guy is so cool, but he seems a bit lonely. Needs to do another big print. I agree. I agree. Ray says, Mia, you should be. It's good work. Sater agrees. You should be, and the pride is deserved. Thank you, guys. Pretty cool. Oh, automatic material system is the AMS. Thank you, Mini Blaze. I knew it was material system. I was like, what is the A for? Yeah, I'll probably do this will be a double Tavern Keeper's Craft. Not right now, because the brain needs to rest. But maybe after my silent stream on Saturday and Sunday, we'll come back on Monday and we'll push this. Something awesome. I think that'd be fun. So right now I'm putting some fun renders on it. I'm just going to comment for Lightbox, render set, and then let's try radial overlay. Or did I just do that? Yes. Another one that I really like is the preview AO. AO just stands for ambient occlusion. Yeah, that one's not as... No, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. What about Friday? Today is not Friday, is it? Yeah, we could just do this tomorrow. I definitely thought today was Friday. Aloha says, Mia, I think this stream is easily one of your best. You covered everything a viewer would want or a student would ask about being open and honest with the whole process. Super amazing job. Thank you. Today is Thursday. Yes, sorry, y'all. All right, really quick, I think it'd be neat. I just want another little like color blob. That ridiculous horse booty. Oh, Aloha, you're in every model. I know I'm gonna want a shape like this, so I just kind of wanted to play with it really quick and see how that's gonna look. Kind of like those little horse braids. And I can make them all spiky. Yeah. Just want to throw a shape up there. Get some color. Something kind of like that. I need to be more thoughtful with what that shape's going to look like. Oh, there we go. There's some spikes. Very cool. Yeah, I was not able to fit any D20 of Destiny rolls today. If you guys are new here, I do a donation thing, or if you spend $5, it's $5 US or 5 gold coin. You get to roll the D20 of Destiny, which triggers like one of 20 fun like effects that affects the stream live. Whether it's like adding new sculpt elements or funny stuff in the chat, it's just a good time. But today I knew it was a teaching moment, and I'm like, we are not going to muddy the stream over $5. Appreciate your donations, of course, but I'm like, this is more important right now. Maybe tomorrow I'll be able to integrate some more silliness. Yes, claps and cookies for Mia. Empress says, this day was more educational than all the freaking courses I touched or heard about, to be honest. No kidding. Okay, on a real note, I love the praise. You guys are very nice. Yes, yes, yes. What exactly is so helpful about it? Like, is it the way I describe it? Is it the pacing? Why? So Empress, you especially, what about your courses was not helpful that this was? I need to know so I continue to do the right things and improve. Because this was good, this was fun and all, but I know I could make it even better. So yes. And you guys give really good feedback, so that's also why I'm all intense and I'm like, what exactly did you like? Adding a little more color. I know one of the things that I do that a lot of courses don't is I repeat myself a lot. That cannot be overvalued enough, because like just teaching one thing one time is not helpful. Oh, the rain's gone. Hey, look, the sun's back. Here comes the sun. All right. This has been a lot of fun. Emperor says, it's literally just the straight talk. A, B, C, D, not A, A2, A56, B. I get you. I have a really hard time learning things when like I've had courses or I've bought online and stuff. And for example, if they were going to tell you like how to save the file, you go to File, Save As. That's it. But they don't do that. They'll be like, so you start with the File menu. You have Revert, Open, and Open XMD Toolbox. And I'm like, just tell me how to do it. Just tell me how to do the thing. Just Lingual says, Mia, I think the part of it is the instant feedback combined with seeing the live process. It's similar to mentorship. That makes sense. I have to cough. Aloha says, Mia, you actually show the whole process without random skips or mumbling. Ooh, I used to be a terrible mumbler while I sculpt, so I'm glad I fixed that. You show clear, easy to see steps with repeated checkpoints. Very good. All right, sweet. I'll pretty much keep doing that. Very good. Very good. Yeah, Ray says those spikes could be vertebra. That's what I'm probably going to end up doing. Oh, nope, the rain is back. The sun is gone. God, I love East Tennessee. It is just pure chaos around here. Sweet. Yeah, there's a saying that I've heard a lot since moving to Tennessee, which is like, oh, you don't like the weather? Just wait 15 minutes. It'll be different. Yeah, Tennessee weather. Don't be shocked when it rains in the front yard, but doesn't in the back. Minivoice says, that's why I was confused about saving, actually. I watched a video where they pointed out all the 3 saves and it totally confused me. Yeah, when you mentioned you were saving by document, I was like, who led you astray? Because it wasn't me. Very good. All right, thank you guys so much. This was killer, and I'm excited to keep streaming and teaching y'all for a very long time to come. It's going to be great. Hey, Yoni just came in. Good morning, y'all. Yoni, you're going to want to rewind this stream. This is a good one. We made all this from scratch today. RB says, what I really like, and what Empress Tiramisu mentioned, you're always on the point. You always heads up what you're doing and how you'd approach certain things. It's really easy to follow along. Cool. Very good. Very good. Sweet. Thank you guys for the really clear feedback. It helps that I have such a awesome audience. I mean, I can ask you questions like that, like, hey, it's very nebulous when I'm like, what exactly about the teaching was helpful versus not? There's a lot of ways to answer that. And pretty much all of you were able to like boil it down to a single sentence. So very good. Oh, I think that's someone new. Oh, you have the funniest little dog picture. Pamasil. Great stream for sure. Hello and welcome. Obviously you've been here for a bit, but still, thank you. I love your profile picture. If that's your dog, oh my god, that is a cute dog. Aloha says, Mia, I feel like the stream needs to go into a special teaching video on demand category. Yeah, I can do that. This one and the Hodag I think was very helpful. Yoni, what'd I miss? Oh, Yoni, you missed a lot. Here, but you're in luck. I actually took screenshots so you can see progress points. So in the first about 30 minutes or so of the stream, we made this. Just a blog. We get our shapes. I then refined them a bit. And then I really went crazy on the horse skull itself and did a full demo on how to take the skull from this shape. That's my wooble I'm working on. Oh my god, that's really funny. That's this that I'm working on. That's not the right picture. Why did that show up? Wow. Where is the third one? There it is. What were you guys saying about being on topic? My bad. Anyway, this is the horse gold I then developed further. But these are the 3 steps of what we worked on today. 1, 2, 3. I don't know why that happened. That's okay. Very good. This was an absolute blast, and I'm especially excited about it because I feel like I hyped it up yesterday, and it lived up to the hype. Very good. Right, lavender tabard pet. These are bootyless though, so I added the ear last night, and for some reason that's how it sits. I did something wrong, and I can't fix it, but I kind of like it. It's cute, but these are just flat booties, so yes. All right. Yeah, you got jump scared by the false moo. My bad. Yeah, Hodag, Pookie Bear, and this was all great teaching focus streams. Yes, so Pookie Bear is actually the biomechanical lich. Don't be confused if you're new here. It just got named Pookie Bear, but that's the biomechanical lich. Corey says, Mia, I think for me, this feels more interactive and like I'm in class, and I can see and ask questions and get answers, demos, explanations, in somewhat real time. I feel like I learn better. Good. Very good. with this style more than just a video, if that makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't feel as disconnected because like I'm right here. So if you guys have questions, ask. And if you're in the future right now, so I'm in your past, and you're watching this right now, video on demand, you're like, oh man, I missed it. I stream every single day at noon Eastern time. Very good. Thank you guys for picking my mentorship program. I do have a mentorship program that's pretty much you will have additional assignments in addition to being able to join my streams every day like this, which this is free. My mentorship is $1 a day, so $30 a month. If you're interested in that, you can ask questions. If not, there's a link. But yes. All right, again, here's a quick recap. Here's our stage 1, blocking out forms. We finished this blockout form with a nice little positivity spiral where everyone said something nice about it. And it seriously worked because everything that we liked about it, we didn't focus so much on fixing what was wrong, but instead pushing the things that we liked. So I wanted a longer neck, better defined legs, and more of this like flared feather look. And that's exactly what we did. Made the legs even nicer, the neck even longer. I liked the beginning of this skull, but obviously it wasn't very anatomically accurate. So then I dug in and created those forms and added the rider to make it a proper Nuckelavee. And we don't have any details here. This is just primary forms and it's already coming across pretty strong. We'll work on this again tomorrow. This will be a part 1, part 2, and it's going to be epic. And there we are. There we are now. I'm going to do a final screenshot for the day before we transition into happy hour. There we go. All right, smile. All right, that was an absolute delight. We're currently 2 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. I'm going to be streaming for about another hour that'll include happy hour and last call. So yes. Mikey's asked, what printer do you use again? For my FDM prints, this is done on a Bamboo X1C. So it's an X1 carbon. And then for my resin prints, where I did this, and I have the winged cow now. These guys. My resin printer is an Nuckelavee Saturn S. Ooh, I'm not sure. It's an Nuckelavee. It's an Nuckelavee Saturn. You can't go wrong with the Nuckelavee. These were both done on that. Oh, I actually have a big camera mode if it's going to work. There it is. It worked. Yeah, these were done on resin. I sculpted these as well. There's Moo. Oh, and yesterday we tried out a really fancy clear resin. Check that out. Like it's done on a glass. Really cool. I am definitely not going to paint this because this looks really cool as is. But yeah, all those were done on my Nuckelavee Saturn. Ray says, Mia, there's nothing more fun than sculpting muscles with no skin. Honestly, yeah, I totally agree. That's going to be awesome. I'm really excited for tomorrow. Aloha said, personal favorite technique from this stream was clay tubes plus Dynamash for adding onto a model. Yes. And for anyone hanging out, it is clay tubes, the curve brush, not clay tubes, the other one. Let me show you really quick. So it's curve tube, not clay tube. There's curve tube, and then clay tube is similar, but doesn't actually create another mesh. It just lays on top. Here we go. Here's clay tubes. It looks like this. Come here. Like this. Also a fantastic one. We're going to be using this tomorrow a lot. And I'm not trying to nitpick you at all, Aloha. I'm just making sure anyone that's tuning in knows I used a curve brush to create a lot of these forms. So yes. I'm going to hang out for about a minute or two before I go on to break for about 20 minutes. And then we'll come back and do happy hour. I currently don't have anything planned for happy hour, so I'll probably open up dice rolls then if you guys want to do that. Yoni says, oh, I forgot to ask you, Mia. For the requested model, can we request like a nanodroid? What? I was thinking a Monster Hunter Wild inspired in chibi form. What the heck is a nanodroid? Ugh, I can't even say it. Oh, these are cute as heck. So a Monster Hunter Wilds, but this style? I can try. I would love to do that. I would, heck yeah. Absolutely. So it's kind of like a tavern pet, but pushing the details a little further. Okay. Yes. Approved. This has been a blast. Thank you guys for being part of the process, asking fantastic questions. It's been a really good time. I think I can end the poll now. I think we did the from scratch. I think I nailed it. All right, it is time for me to go on break. It is currently 2:48. I don't think I need another lunch, but I like to say I'll return later than sooner. I'm gonna return at 3:10 p.m. Eastern time, so wherever you're at, I'll be back on the 10 of the next hour. At the latest. I tend to come back early. Sweet. You guys have been fantastic. If you have any questions, you can put them in the chat, but it might get buried. You can also just tag me in our Discord, and I can get to that then. Here's our Discord. If you want to invite, just ask for one. Someone will give it to you right away. Alrighty. I will see you guys shortly. It's been a blast. Hey y'all, and welcome back. During that break, I was able to put all my banking info in. So Reaper, I went ahead and sent you that tip. I showed it to Ricky, and he really loved. We both loved watching Danny Phantom and the Fairly Odd Parents growing up. So I tipped you $40. No pressure. If you have time to do Ricky as well, that'd be awesome. But at the very least, what you did, I think, was worth 40 as well. And for anyone that missed that, Reaper, oh heck yeah. Awesome. Oh my god, awesome. More people need to do this. There'd be a bunch of us. But here's me. That's gotta be Corey, isn't it? Oh, yep. I was gonna say, I'm like, pretty sure that's Corey. That's awesome. But yes, I encourage you guys, if you are interested in getting your own really cool selfie, Taylor doesn't have it on their page yet to like buy one because they're still practicing, but I think it's gonna be like a thing you can pay for soon. Super awesome. You guys should check it out. Bam. So yes. Reaper said, sure, just need a picture of him. Sounds good. If Ricky, if you're watching right now, just DM Reaper a picture of yourself. But fantastic. I'm really excited. Boop. Amazing. All right, put that in there in case you guys just save her page at the very, very least, because they're awesome. And their work is so, so clean. I am going to use this everywhere. It looks just like me, which I know it shouldn't be surprising, but it's a lot of work to do stylized work like this. Seriously, stylized is not forgiving. I just love this so much. Heck yeah. All right, officially welcome to happy hour. So this is a time for my students. If you guys have any questions about becoming a student, you are already a student, you have questions about art or art business stuff, or if you have assignments you're ready to turn in and submit, all that is cool. Reaper said if you want to do a pose with it, that'd be cool too. That'd be cool. Although I can confirm, Reaper is awesome artist and great person, so please consider. Yes. Also, to be clear, Taylor, Beth, and Reaper are the same person. Just in case you guys are like, what the heck? Yeah. But yes, we aggressively support artists around here, so please join us. Be awesome. You shall be supported. Reaper said, honestly, it wasn't too bad. It took me 4 hours to figure out. Still so much love. Still so amazing. Maybe 4 hours then, but like all of that time and like learning like line work and colors and knowing what to look for, you're probably a couple thousand hours in. But 4 sounds easy. Tell you what, if you gave me a pencil, or especially Ricky a pencil, he couldn't do that in 4 hours. Taylor Beth says, yeah, Taylor Beth is my brand. Reaper is who I am on the inside. I love that. Reminder, any students, you got any work to check in, you can DM me and I'll review it on stream. If you're feeling shy, no problem. I will review it not on stream. Very cool. Well, I don't really have a whole lot planned for right now. I'm trying to think what I want to do. As much as I love this, I gotta leave it alone to work on mañana because I don't want to burn out my little brain. I'm gonna save this in work in progress. Beautiful. Let me open up something new. All right, I'm gonna open up our Rat Folk Chef Ranger, which is coming along splendidly. We started working on this yesterday. I'm just gonna have this up. Maybe I'll work on some details, maybe I'll just kind of hang out. But as of now, we're kind of in that cool down part of the stream and kind of glide on for the next 30 minutes or so. Tomorrow, the Tavern Keeper's Craft will be Nuckelavee, likely, again. And then we'll continue to push those forms and develop and learn. But I think we all have had enough learning for the day. Let's just hang out. Just Lingual says, Mia, could I spend all my point to get your opinion? Depends how much point you got. Satyr. Eye roll. If you have like two, then no. All right. I didn't realize that the bow was like skewering through her neck. That looks uncomfortable. There we go. Mikey's, do you recommend getting the post-processing stuff for 3D resin printing, like the Lego Mercury X stuff? Is that like the cure and wash machine? I know it's kind of expensive, but I do recommend it. It really keeps stuff nice and clean. Just Single said, I had 200, but now I only have 100 since the break. That is sufficient. You may give me all of your poing, and you may DM me or just put and share your art, and I will give you a critique on stream. How's that? While you're giving me all of your poing, well, wonderful. Let me know what level of critique that you want, whether it's a 1, 2, or 3. 1 is super intense, full nitpicking. I'm going to tear it apart in a constructive way. 2 is nice and balanced, and 3 is a gentle nudge. Just like, oh, you could improve this. Oh, there's actually a model I needed to fix up. Sater says, Mia, we are skeptical of your odds today. It's 45%. Independent chance. Don't y'all forget that. It's like when people roll poorly a bunch of times in a row. It's like, well, just because you rolled a 1 10 times in a row, that'd actually be very unlikely. Your next instance is not affected by previous instances. Still 45%. Yes, so I wanted to kind of look at this Imperial Sorcerer. It looks like there was a small glitch or error on one of the staves where it's like really like notched in for some stupid reason. So I'm gonna download the pre-supported file and check that out, because it made the staff even more sensitive. Stater, I understand how odds work. Bite. Well, you doubted me, so I had to be dry. What I worked on today during Mia's stream. Oh, I love it. Cute little bear. Bears are tricky too. You're doing a good job mapping out all the major features here. I'm excited to see what Just Lingual wants me to review. Here it is. Oh, heck yeah. All right. And then Just Lingual, what number? You said ope. Do you mean 1? Ope was not an option. Oh yeah, I got things I can tell you. I'm excited. It's okay if it didn't go through, but let me know on what level of critique you want. 1, 2, or 3. Failed to give 100 point to me. Oh, that's really funny. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Bam. Bam. There you're good. Now tell me, what do you want? 1, 2, 3 level of review. 1 real intense, 3 real chill. It's an older model, but it's my favorite, so be brutal because I want to learn from it. All right, sounds good. So first, some positive stuff. I like how you approached the mouth here because it's stylized and it's kind of tricky. I'm a big fan of like the teeth block. I do the same kind of approach when I'm dealing with, or 3, no, number 1, super intense. When I'm dealing with like eyelashes and stuff. I like the puffer coat that you went for. I think that's fun. I also like having a bit of texture there. That's also cool. The ear notch, the earring, you have some good components here that do make the character interesting. Now let's talk about the way that we can strengthen this to be better. 1, I find the hand pose a little unclear. Like he's just kind of like, I don't know if he's like being provocative or if he's being unsure or it's not quite a middle finger. That's a little unclear. And then the big thing here is how stiff the pose is. 1, yes, I mean mode. Is it a goblin or Yoda? Yeah, I'm not worried about you criticizing. But speaking of everyone else, absolutely no criticism from the peanut gallery. Peasants are not allowed to criticize artwork, but they are allowed to inspire. Inspire, don't criticize. All right, so you have a very stiff pose here, which is kind of taking away from how cool and fun this model is. Let's go with this green. your shoulders and your hips are exactly stacked on top of each other. Exactly. People don't stand like that, perfectly square. To make it look more loose and more natural, you want to have them angle off to each other, you know? So especially here, this is the way I would do that. I would kick out his foot a little bit more, pull that leg straight a bit more too, and really just kind of throw his hip over, you know? Maybe even like a head tilt to kind of off center, all that kind of stuff. But he just kind of like just being, you know? Like what? So wherever the hand on hip, that's where the head tilt's going to go to, and then the hand up. But notice how my whole body sinks towards that side. It's not going to be perfectly like a army doll, like an action figure. So the pose needs some work. The feet are also really flat. I would add a lot more volume to them and probably give him some funny little like toenails or claws or some interesting secondary form. I do like that you started creating some musculature here. That's interesting. But it looks like you mumbled a little bit with your sculpting. You had like some great musculature and then you smoothed it out to where it almost doesn't even exist anymore. You did good work here. Don't mumble about it. Be loud and proud about the forms you committed to here. So I'd really come through Dam Standard and carve all of this in much, much deeper. This line just kind of confuses me. Again, this is a one level of criticism. I'm not usually this intense. This line's confusing. There should be a collarbone here that looks like this shape. Kind of like a Cupid bow. It goes from the top of the shoulder down, and then the same thing on the other side. But instead we just kind of have like a roll, so that shouldn't be there. Instead, what should be there is these muscles, or whatever the heck these tendon things are, and they go from a bit behind the ear, and they connect to the top of the clavicle, which is that collarbone. So what we should have here is this. The eyes would benefit, they have such a cool expressive expression happening here, and you could really seal the deal by making sure there were some eyelids. So having a top and a bottom eyelid would have strengthened that considerably. I'd recommend making that a separate subtool entirely. I do love the proportions. I think the ears, how long they are, is really strong and really, really cool. I would make the head about 10% larger even to kind of push that almost chibi small dwarf proportion without getting too cute, but that's more of a suggestion. Same with the fabric folds. You create some good fabric folds and then you smooth them out. You are banned from the smooth brush. I do this with my students, like no joke, where if you keep smoothing out all your details, then you're no longer allowed to use smooth. You can only add and remove material with a brush. No smooth. I see a chronic over smooth happening here. Because look at like you have these like forms that are happening here that are good and they're correct, but then you smooth them out to where you can barely see them. Also, don't be afraid to like define the butt here. You would have some fabric folds on both sides. I love the coat texture. I would dig in even further and inflate it even more to look like a true puffer. The patch on the elbows, really cool. And emphasize these patches even more. Add some like really big stylized stitches. That would make that even more fun to look at. I think that's everything. Usually I would comment that there's no fabric folds at all on the arms, but because you're going for a more stylized look here, it's kind of like serving as a nice spot for the eye to rest, so I think that's fine. Does any of that not make sense, or you have additional questions on? Thomas Sill says, "Rip, a smooth criminal." Yes, you you are a smooth criminal. No more smooth. Banned from smooth. It is a very cool model. I like his ear notch too. There's a ton of personality. You're the kind of student that is really fun for me to work with because you have all this charisma and style. You just need some more help with the technique and like expressing that. Jess Lingual says that all made sense. Sounds good. Do you need a small recap or are we feeling good? I might recap anyway. Punch in your details further. Push your proportions further. Stop using smooth, period. You're banned from smooth. And then bulk up the feet a bit more. That's the really simple rundown. Oh, and eyelids. Eyelids would help immensely. I'm really impressed with the mouth, though. Like, of all things to succeed on, I can't believe it was the open mouth. That is so difficult to do. Good job. Unexpected. Oh, Micah's here. Welcome. fell into a nap just before the stream and then got wrapped up before I got to work. But at least managed to drop in and skip around, see how things are going. Yeah, today has been a ton of fun. We worked on all sculpting from scratch today. It's been a delight. It really has. Oh my gosh. Very good, Satyr. Classic song. I'm not gonna say it. Oh look, more people. Hello, welcome. Did I miss anyone else? I said hi to them. Okay, we're good. All caught up. Oh, I'm gonna put the screenshots of our progress today. My 1, 2, 3. It's gonna put them in order. No. Rip. We'll do those two. And then the final. You know, I'm going to open that file up one more time to keep the poly paint with the fun render. It just feels like a more satisfying end. And also, Just Lingual, I'm still honoring your purchase. If you have any follow-up questions about that, let me know. Just Lingual says, now it is time to work my way back up to the top point rank. Good luck. Oh, there's some thunder. Cool. And we'll put in that last update. Is that it? Yes. Sweet. All caught up. And then I want to review this model that Ricky mentioned when we printed it. It had like a big hole in it. I don't know if that was a resin bubble or if it's something that I goofed up in the post-processing. I can't remember the last time I reviewed a pre-supported model. So here's our pre-supported model. Yeah, I don't see a missing notch in it at all. So that had to have been a just a little glitch. Yeah, so when we printed this, we actually printed it in clear recently. It is fragile, don't get me wrong. Oops. Last call. My bad. Reset. Okay. We printed it in clear. And yeah, the top thing like pretty much didn't even want to print because it was so fragile. Which, again, it would have been, but I'm saying like half of it was cut off. So, interesting. That was just a bubble in the printer, probably. Hey, Foxy's here. Hey, welcome in. Foxy says, Mia, I printed the Imp Sorcerer successfully. Fantastic. Oh, Imperial, yeah. Okay, good. Fantastic. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was just a little glitch on our side. Not the problem. All right, and then here's our adorable rat folk we worked on yesterday. Excellent. My goodness, after doing that main Tavern Keeper's Craft, my head is just like empty. I feel relaxed. I'm just not like burned out. I'm just like, I did the art. Now I'm just hanging out. Oh yes, if you guys are having a good time enjoying the stream, make sure to like it. It super helps out. It has been a very productive live stream. Always good to see some new faces in the chat. And I'm sure there's new lurkers, so hello to my new lurkers as well. All right, well, if we don't have anything else we need to attend to, I'm going to keep working on this rat folk. I'm so glad you guys are enjoying the heist. I'm gonna create the vampire one tonight if I have time, so it'll be all fresh and a new theme for Manana. I exclusively say Manana instead of tomorrow now. Weird habit I picked up. I only do that on stream. Ray says, Mia, you gave such thorough feedback for Point. Damn. Only because Just Lingual is here almost every stream. If someone just like randomly appeared and tried to trade 100 point for that review, absolutely not. Ricky says, whoops, I'm late. There's a gap at the top of the staff support. Like on your side? Is this a you problem that I tried to fix? Oh, I totally forgot to screenshot this and put it in yesterday. So I'm going to do it today, just in case Aubrey didn't catch it. Boop. Oops, that's the wrong one. Bam. Just Lingual says, I want to be a student. I'm waiting for summer, low key though. Dude, I'm going to have so many students in the chat. Oh, I'm so excited. Ricky said, I can see it in the slicer and the 3D viewer in Finder. What? I just had it pulled open. Blasphemous. We're talking about the casual pose, right? Pause as we have a marital dispute on camera. Yeah, what are you talking about? Oh! I found it. Wow. That is bad. Okay. Dude, that is so unlike me. That's a-okay. That's really funny. So to fix this, we're just gonna throw in a little patch, quite literally. Just like that. Oh my goodness. I feel ashamed because this was a Patreon request and they had a priority ticket too. No worry. I have caught it and I have repaired it. Still printed. That's hysterical. All right. That has been nice and patched. Very good. And now I will export and remedy. Sater says, I'm supposed to have a summer semester, but apparently financial aid has a cap for the school year, so we'll see. Ugh, I'm sorry to hear that. Man, school sucks, and financial aid double sucks. Ray says, Mia, I think you might miss my message near the start of the stream, but I'm thinking about being a student in summer too. Really? Oh, that's so exciting. Oh my goodness. The peasants are all hungry to learn. I love it. Okay, good. I think I mentioned this before, but like when I'm not streaming, I have been like an art boot camp. I have so many different students that are joining and I just want to be the best. So being the best is a lot of work and I'm not there yet. I have pages of this book that are just straight up getting worn out. I flip so many times, like there's a tiny little tear at the bottom of them. This thing is covered with notes and I've been doing like different technique practices and using array mesh, nano mesh, all that kind of stuff. The other day, Aloha mentioned they had a problem with like their floor. And I'd never heard of that issue before. So after stream, I sat here and like learned everything there was to learn about ZBrush floors because I was like, how dare I not know about floors? It's been fun. It's a roundabout way of saying that you guys are making me the best version of art that I can be. No, art Mia. There we go. That I can be. It's pretty awesome. Yes, we will absolutely have some art events over the summer for everyone to enjoy and take part in. And what's really special about this is that I designed my mentorship program very carefully. And the way that it was before my live streaming is that it wasn't sustainable to have every student paying $30 each. It just wouldn't be enough money for how much time I spend on each student. But because you guys are part of my live streams, I can keep the price low, just $1 a day. And everybody wins and everybody gets to learn from each other. I'm really, really psyched about that. All right, sweet. This is looking much better. All repaired. I'll go ahead and upload this. Good catch, Ricky. I guess I'll keep you around. And right, yeah, I definitely missed that message. That's so exciting. Ricky mentioned that because I was telling Ricky on my break, I was like, oh my gosh, Toad might be a student. And so like, I was just going through the list. And he's like, yeah, I think Ray. I'm like, no, Ray didn't say that. And he's like, I'm pretty sure I read Ray talking about that too. Beautiful. All right, let me go ahead and update this. And I'm going to DM that guy and tell him that this file was wrong. Because I am an honest bean. You know what? I think it's because it was, when it's smaller, it gets merged together, that gap. It's only visible when it's bigger. Interesting. So that ended up not being a problem. See, this is how big a normal mini is. And this one is scaled up. You guys see the difference there? Here's like the base size. You can tell like the base size is different. But interesting. Okay. In that case, never mind. I don't feel bad because what they asked for is totally solid still. Good. Taka said, I want to join mentorship soon too, but then I saw ZBrush prices and well, maybe. Dude, ZBrush for the computer is $40 a month. They used to have ZBrush Core, which is only $10 a month, and I loved that. And then they got rid of it. If you have an iPad, it's $10 a month, which is actually, that's a good deal. If you're a student, you can get it for $60 a year, or you can find a version, any version of ZBrush you can get your dirty little hands on. Any version. I have 2022.0.8. It does not need to be up to date. Hurts for Ricky. Oh my God, Ricky is fine. Awesome. There you go. Aloha telling Taka, yeah, get it for free. And then spend this money on Mia's course. Yes. Not condoning crime. Just suggesting. Aubrey. So we did end up with a rat. Interesting. Yeah, I knew Aubrey didn't see yesterday's stream, so I want to make sure that they caught that. Perfect. Right, Mia, my old man said he'd rather pay for student ZBrush than make me pirate it. Pirate it? No one said anything about piracy. But no, seriously. Yeah, the student ZBrush is actually a really good deal. Yeah, Maxon does choose to gouge its users and it blows, so... They send me, I told you guys, they send me an email about once a year pressuring me into upgrading, like, hey, I see you use this professionally, you should make sure you pay for the update. They want me to pay $500 for like an update on ZBrush that gives me like an ooze bridge, and I'm like, nice try. Taka, so this version, where would I get that? I don't know. I am a good bean. Maybe some naughty peasant will just DM you in Discord and tell you about how to get that. I do not condone crimes here. Everything is alleged. The fact that that would stand up in court is crazy. Okay. Working on this cute little dude. Is there any main elements I'm missing here? Okay, my brain's coming back to me. I'm going to actually get some... Feel free to keep asking questions and talking. But I am going to get some work done. God, the weather here is insane. All right. For context, I know I talk about the rain a lot here. I used to live in Hanford, California, and annually, so for the whole year, we would rarely break 8 inches of rain. Now, one weekend that we were here, we got 6 inches of rain in a weekend. So it's just mind-blowing to me. Also, the thunder here rattles my dishes. It's just freaking crazy. Ricky says, I wouldn't mind if ZBrush was $2,000 as long as I could own it. I'm tired of subscriptions. I agree. We paid $895 for a ZBrush perpetual license, and I think we made our money's worth from it, guys. Oh, the skillet. Thank you, Mini Blaze. I have not made the pen. I must make the pen. I think ZBrush still has a perpetual license through Maxon, actually. I think you still can do this. I don't think you have to only do... No, did they take it away? Because I swear I found it recently. You know what's confusing? All the Pixologic websites are still up. So if like you look hard enough, it looks like there's perpetual licenses still, but there's not. Okay, you can purchase the perpetual license for the 2023 version according to our AI summary. Where is it? Because that would be fine. ZBrush Core 2020 rocks. But this is Pixologic, so this isn't going to be a thing anymore. This is what I miss. This is what I used to advertise my students for $9.95 a month. Yeah, see? Couldn't find it. Pixologic, take down your shit. Like, this is so confusing and annoying. Ugh. All right, moving on. Yeah. Hey, Ricky, I agree. Just two scammers scamming away. Yep. That be Maxon and Adobe. If I ever say a nice word about either company, phew, they must have paid me a lot of money to do so. I'll say. All right, that's looking good. And then I do need to create a skillet because I don't think I have a pan. Where's my pan? I love that question, Witcher. It is forever funny to me. All right. I never have an excuse to use this funny shape. So let's make a pan out of this. Oh, it's way too high res. Oh my god. No. Just kidding. We're going to make a pan out of this. And I think I can reuse this to make a handle. I just don't want to make a handle for some reason. All right, let's do local symmetry, mirror and weld across the Z. Yeah, there we go. Oh, look. A handle. Handle. Let's make it darker. Fill object, fill object. And now let's make a pan shape. I'm going to inset this polygroup first. So I'm holding spacebar over a whole poly, inset, polygroup island, just like that. And then I can extrude polygroup island. There's the rain. It's back. RV says, now it is time to say goodbye. Guys and gals, thanks for tuning in. Probably see y'all tomorrow. All right, still creating my pen. Half a cheese wheel would be great. Yeah, I can put that on the base. That's too awesome to not do. All right, this is really simple and it absolutely gets the job done. If you want to dress it up later, that's fine. But for now, that's hard to beat and just shoot. Couple minutes. Empress says, the fact that Adobe has cornered the creative market is wild to me. No one has stopped them. I get you, and that's why Ricky and I switched from Windows to Mac. There's a huge reason, because the Mac suite of software rocks. Yeah, Adobe wants $60 a month now. Do I look like a joke to you? Nope. Right, for real. I love Adobe software. Don't say that too loud. They're going to raise their prices again. All right, and then a cheese wheel. How do I make a cheese wheel? This feels like one of those weirdly deceptive ones. I gotta take that little wedge out of it. Let's make it more yellow. There we go. Cheese! Don't forget the slice. Yeah, it's gotta have that slice. Okay, so it's thicker than I expected. That's pretty much it though. And then a slice. Huh. All right, we're gonna Dynamesh this, and I'm gonna see if ZBrush is gonna be kind to me and let me just like cut out a slice. And if it's just gonna work. Yum. That's good enough. I don't think so. I think it's gonna have an absolute meltdown. Yeah, that sucks. What if I used the knife brush? Sometimes the knife brush is nice to me. Nope. Ah, good job, knife brush. Good job. Doing exactly what it's supposed to without crashing my program. Incredible. I sound like I'm being so sarcastic, but like I'm serious. That was very good. It worked. And now we'll do the opposite on this side. Let's see. That is useless. That's so funny. All right, so we'll still use the knife brush to get this section out, but we'll just use the knife brush in reverse. Fun fact, if you go counterclockwise, it removes material. If you go clockwise, it also removes material, but everything around it, it's like inverted. Here, let's save them both. And then I can make this a little bit more shallow, and then I can kind of like trace it. Yum. There we go. Brilliant. When it works really good. But man, does this like to crash my program usually. Sweet. We got the slice. And we're gonna just kind of put it off to the side, I think. Merge down. And then let's fit this on the base so it's not just like gigantic. Amazing. And now let's get a little more variety in our color. I'm gonna use color spray to do that for me. Color spray is not color spraying. Why? Why? There we go. Excellent. It was Pac-Man for a second. Just Lingual says, Mia, what are the differences between the core and full version of ZBrush in terms of how it affects your students? It just doesn't, honestly, until they try to do anything that's ZModeler related, because core does not have ZModeler brush, which is a travesty. So if you're not trying to 3D model anything, you're fine. But the second that you're trying to model instead of sculpt, that's the biggest hurdle. Right. Huh, wow, a tool doing its job first time, right? Crazy. What about the holes in the cheese? Yes, I can do that. I think it'd be a nice bit of texture too. So to punch in clear holes, I'm actually gonna reduce my focal shift to make it negative, turning off perspective so there's no like camera distortion while I'm using this technique, and then click and drag. And we'll just kind of create some holes. I'm gonna just do them kind of randomly. Are they on the top too? I don't know. I'm not doing a ton yet because I'm gonna go through again with a smaller brush size. All right, doing this again with a smaller brush size. So Empress, if you're still around, this is how another good technique for using that move brush technique where you can hold down Option and it digs into the camera or away from the camera. Pretty cool. I think the holes make it much more fun. Doesn't that mean that Swiss cheese? I hate Swiss cheese. Only sometimes though. I definitely had Swiss on a burger, like a mushroom burger that I liked a lot. Here we go. Amazing. Sater says, but I'm also kind of the mirror of Mia. I've done so much more traditional than digital. They really just need to get in there and start messing around. Get comfortable with a pen and tablet. Sounds like you need a create bad assignment. Oh wow, Reaper. Yeah, I get that. I suggest making bad. 100%. Empress says, I keep trying to get a look at modeling in ZBrush versus Blender, and my brain is just like, no. However, I know people use multiple softwares for things. That is true. No hate for mushroom burgers. I love mushrooms. Okay, to be clear, there is still meat patty, and then there's mushrooms sauteed on top of it. I don't do any of this like beyond meat. There's still meat. Mushrooms on top. Mikey says she should have an oversized cheese knife. That'd be really funny. I'm open to doing the cheese knife. That's the one with like, kind of looks like a palette, right? Like it's like a rounded triangle that's kind of skinny. And then like long handle. I think I have something like that. Mushrooms on top of a burger isn't even that weird. What? You're like putting mushroom sauteed on top of steak? Also great. Thank you, Reaper. But it's tasty. Sater, sir, do we need to review the English breakfast? Thank you. Mushrooms are delicious. Yes, peasants rise up. Very good. This is true. There's a lot of toppings you can put on a burger. Yeah, we've covered a lot of topics this stream. My goodness. On a steak is different. Ooh, some caramelized onions. Y'all are speaking my language. I'm telling you, one of these days, I'm going to get rich and famous. I'm going to host a real, I'm not going to buy an actual tavern, but I'm going to rent one out. And it's going to be just tons of great food for all the peasants. It's going to be great. Have to get rich and famous first. You guys are funny. All right. God, this is so cute. I love it. The belt is my favorite part. So big shout out to Aloha again for that. Surprising no one. Aloha's had so many good ideas. Not to discredit other peasants. I know how you guys get. Oh, look, cheese holes. Empress says, can I be a wench? Absolutely. Is there anything else this character is missing? I think the spoon should be like, yeah, there we go. On the belt. Perfect. And then wielding a frying pan. She might need a chef's knife. Perhaps. Oh yeah, I don't have a quiver for the bow. We talked about doing carrot arrows, which I think is really funny. I can throw a quiver on the back of her belt. I think that would suit her very nicely. And I don't need to sculpt that from scratch. I did enough of that. The sculpting from scratch is a huge like confidence boost too. Like it's a lot of fun. But again, I've mentioned before that I am just absolutely tickled that I have more than 20 people that are tuning in to most of my streams now. And I don't think I have worked hard enough or long enough for that. I know lots of great streamers that had like 2 viewers for forever, right? So it feels good to do streams like today because I'm like, yeah, there we go. I'm earning it, you know? But I'm done with earning it. We're going to just import an asset now. That's enough. I did my work during Tavern Keeper's Craft. Rest assured, today was a delight though, and you guys can expect a lot more of me sculpting from scratch. Especially, so it seems like damn near all of y'all are going to enjoy my mentorship program. Got to give you guys the best experience. And that involves largely doing stuff from scratch and seeing my like troubleshooting process. It's very important. Maybe I won't make them literal carrots, but I can color them to look kind of like carrots. Minnie Blay says, nothing wrong with 2 viewers. Gotta start somewhere. Oh, absolutely. I just feel like I didn't even get that phase, though. Like, peasants just, like, assembled rapidly. Which, again, I'm super grateful for, and it motivates me every day to do my best. That's why I'm, like, in art boot camp right now. Oh, and also just to put anyone's mind at ease, me wanting to do better and like pushing myself like hard. I'm not pushing myself like too hard. I've already done my imposter syndrome phase. That was in college. Thank you. Hardly know her. I'm almost 30 now. We don't have to worry about that anymore. All right, she now has a quiver. Many of I said when I started, when I started watching, there were 7 on average. That sounds about right, yeah. I love that you guys are still talking very passionately about breakfast and food. Beautiful. Reaper says, you just had good vibes, Mia. Very good. I feel like I sent out my strongest, goodest vibes, and then I found my peasants. Beautiful. It is a tale for the times, genuinely. I told my dad about what you guys do what I've been doing recently, because he just retired. His last day of work was this last Friday. I need to check in with him. Anyway, I was telling him all about this and like streaming and you guys like hanging out in my Discord and you guys will like do art and whatnot. It just blew his mind. Like, it's exactly the kind of thing that he wants to end up doing, because he knows so much about like photography, and he's also a fantastic programmer. He worked for the weather service in IT for like almost 30 years. So it's pretty cool. Aloha said, Mia, I remember when I joined, it was mainly me and Non-Sleep in the chat for a while, and now your stream has had an entire brick wall of supporters. Yeah, it's pretty epic. What about a chef's knife in the boot opposite the turkey leg? Ooh, I do like me some asymmetrical details. And I think I have like a butcher blade already sitting in here. I might have put it in items confusingly enough. Okay, here's like a legit machete. Maybe it's a little overkill, but I kind of find that hilarious. What about just giving her like a whole freaking machete? I love that. It is not a chef's knife. I can like just pin it to her hip or to the side of her boot. It's kind of metal. Ray says, Mia, time for a dad feature stream. My dad is 2,000 miles away. Otherwise, he's also really not like a limelight kind of person. He is awesome though. And you guys would definitely see where I get a lot of my mannerisms from. I also look a lot like him. And I understand, it's like, well, yeah, you're his daughter. No, like, I look a lot like my dad. Growing up, I hated when people told me that. Like, oh, you look like your dad. Because I'm like, to me, as like a 7-year-old, someone telling you look like a man is not a compliment. But as I've gotten older, I've come to appreciate it. Can't show a cheese knife. Oh, I forgot about the cheese knife. You can't put it in our Discord? Yeah, this is our Gordon Ramsay version on the left. Beautiful. I didn't think about that. I kind of wish I kept that version now, especially because I didn't like make it more feminine. At this point, it does look more like a male version counterpart. Ray asking Ricky, like, how true are these words? Like, how similar? I can pull up a picture of my dad and I. This is not exclusive knowledge. Let's see, do I have a convenient picture? No, I do not. I am very not organized with my with my pictures. And every time I get a new phone, it's just like a hard reset, y'all. Ricky, can confirm. Very similar. talked about it, and now I must show you guys what I'm talking about. Oh, and this is from my kindergarten graduation. You guys want to take a full moment here? We have the exact same nose too. My dad does not have the dorky glasses anymore. But this is my dad and I. That is my kindergarten graduation. Yeah. Full Mia lore. And yes, that is my dad. Like, look at his smile in my chin. It's the same picture. Yeah. It's past looking related. It's like, I'm just, yeah. That was in 2003. OMG. Yeah, I told you guys. I told you. Yeah. I'm missing all my front teeth in that picture. Very nice. Very nice. All right, that's enough Mia lore. Okay, I kind of see it. Bro. All right, we are officially moving into last call. We have streamed for exactly 4 hours at this particular moment, and I'm very proud of that. Ray says, except he looks like he can catch a tan. Yeah, he's not as pale as I am. I am extraordinarily pale. Same height. Lol. Shut up. Oh my god. I'm gonna save this before I forget. Made some good little improvements. Okay, where is my cheese knife? Donde? You said there you go. Oh cool, Grimnir's working on a vampire. Heck yeah. I see you're avoiding the hands, I feel that. Alright, where is Ray? Disappointed that I'm not, like, actually looks like my dad identically. But yeah, okay. Download, work in progress, shift, arranger. Perfect. Alright, this is officially the end of the stream. Tomorrow is going to be an epic continuation of Nuckelavee. And that is where we're going to really start digging into some secondary forms and possibly some fine detail work. It's going to be awesome. You guys definitely don't want to miss it, because if you thought today was cool and like blocking out these forms, the secondary forms that improve our initial shapes is really where it gets exciting, because you get to play with so many like nitty-gritty details, and they're not as like form breaking. You have a lot more flexibility in the types of shapes you can play with. It's going to be awesome. Empress said, always sad when last call rolls around. I get you. It's okay. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm much happier with this length of stream too. So we're about 4 hours. We used to not have streams that past 3. 3.5 was very unusual. Today is my first stream doing 3.5 hours of like main content. And then after like fooling around and chatting with y'all, it ends up being about 4. I think this is perfect. This is my new goal moving forward. Ricky, 2 more hours. 2 more hours. No. Just Lingual says secondary shapes is good. Yeah, it'll be a really good time. So, fun fact. I'm very hyper aware of like my skill level and then where I want to go. Yes, my art is good. It is cool. Whatever. We're improving though. And that's like where a lot of fun can happen and style development can happen. Everything I make looks similar, but to some extent it's like an amalgamation of like consistent mistakes that I do. So I'm very excited for this next step of my style to evolve, where I can really buckle down on things that I like to see in my art. All that being said, the shift between secondary and tertiary forms, that development, huge flat spot for me. I do pretty good in the block out, pretty good in secondary, but it's that final bit of care and love and detail where I'm not pushing it far enough. And I'm really excited to try that out with Nuckelavee. It's going to be cool. Good job, Satyr. I'm proud of you. Where's my cheese knife? Got cheese in Discord finally. Right below the cheese where you're looking at. Cheese. I don't see cheese knife. I'm cheese knifeless. Everywhere. Donde? Thank you, bunny. I have searched many distant lands. That's okay. I expected it to be in the Chef Ranger, but I think my Discord bot might just hate you. You can check my bot. Did it ban your message? No. Then we're fine. That's a-okay. The case of the missing cheese knife, indeed. It's okay. That's so funny that I won't show it. Where the heck is it? Oh. Aloha came in strong and found a cheese weapon. Looks like it's from Skyrim. Based on the door in the background, I'm gonna say definitely. Yes, that's Skyrim. Beautiful. That must be a mod. Oh look, you guys are trying to help out. A cheese knife. Oh, it has that funny little nib on the end. That's right. Ah. Yeah, Mikey's, where are you? We're in Project References, Chef Ranger. I'm gonna tag Mikey's. Donde? Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. It was an absolute delight. I will make sure to make a new playlist on my YouTube channel that is more like instruction heavy. Pretty much any creature I sculpt from scratch I think is a really good opportunity to teach and tell y'all all about it. I'm very excited for all the prospective students in the chat and my current students, of course. You guys make all of this popular. Wow. You guys make all of this possible. You guys know I'm getting tired when I'm like, that word starts with the same letters and same syllables, I think. Let's just swap that in there. Awesome. All right. Well, we're just past 4 hours. I'm going to go ahead and start thinking about dinner. We were going to barbecue pork chops, but the weather is like not feeling pork chops outside. We'll see. But never fear, I'll be back tomorrow at noon Eastern time. You can keep an eye out on YouTube. I always schedule the stream ahead of time, so there'll be a notify me button. Or you can subscribe to the channel. That makes it easy. I also make a new project reference file, and I will ping all of the Tavern peasants. If you join our Discord and you want to be pinged, it's like a notification on your phone or laptop, or wherever you are on Discord. Come down to channel and roles and browse. Where the heck is it? Sorry. Go to rules and roles, my bad. And you can click on this little farmer right here, and then you can be an official Tavern peasant. Amazing. Oh, is this going to be it? There it goes. It happened. Okay. It took a long time, but we did it, guys. Mikey's with their cheese knife. That is an epic cheese knife. Was worth the wait. Very good. Very good. Very good. All right, y'all. Like this stream on the way out, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye.